Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Traders Corner President's Day Special Investors Summit. I'm Anthony Chapman, and I'm honored to be your host and moderator for today's event. Today, we've gathered some of the brightest minds in trading to share their expertise and help you elevate your trading success. Whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting, these strategies can have a real impact on your results. Throughout the day, you'll hear the top traders, options strategists, and AI innovators covering a wide range of topics, including trading volatile markets, Fibonacci precision, high probability scalping, no code trading, trade cloning, and AI-driven trading bots. We encourage you to stay engaged, take notes, and ask questions. There will be a Q&A session after each presentation, so drop your questions in the chat. Now let's get started with our first speaker. Our first presenter is a 48-year trading veteran and a former stock exchange specialist who has helped thousands of traders master volatile markets with a step-by-step approach. His deep market experience has allowed him to develop a powerful yet simple trading strategy that works in any market and any time frame. Today, he'll reveal how to capture runaway market moves with precision and ensure you never miss out on big opportunities again. Please welcome Mr. Stephen Primo of Specialist Trading and Pro Trader Strategies.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and thanks to everyone attending today. I have a great educational presentation for you because I'm going to share with you one of our favorite, most consistent methods for trading any market in any time frame. And I'm actually going to give you the first two rules for entry. So you can actually start using this as early as Monday or Tuesday. I believe Monday's a holiday, so you can use it on Tuesday if you like. Let me start off by sharing with you this chart here in Lulu, okay? This is why most traders fail, because you come up with scenarios like this. Let's say you were watching this stock, you were interested in purchasing it, but nothing much is happening. It's kind of drifting higher to sideways. So you tell yourself, I'll just simply wait and see what happens. So you walk away, or maybe you start tracking another stock or another market, and then this happens, right? You miss the move entirely. All the volatility has come in. Well, with the entry rules I'm going to be sharing with you today, you actually would have known to enter right here. And potentially you could have captured in the next 4 days upwards of 82 points. So this is what we're going to be teaching you today, the entry rules to the perfect strategy for trading volatile markets in any time frame and in any direction. And everything you're seeing today is coming displayed on the platform I developed with Pro Trader Strategies, my sister site. This is called the PTS Primo Charting Platform. It's an educational platform that actually teaches you how to trade. So welcome once again. My name is Stephen Primo. I am the president and founder of Specialist Trading. As Anthony said, I've been trading now for 48 years. I started my career on the floor of the Pacific Stock Exchange. I was on the floor for 16 years, and 9 of those years I was a specialist. Now, a specialist is not someone that's more special than anyone else. If you ever Google those pictures of the trading floor back, in the 60s and 70s, and you see those gentlemen standing behind those large wooden podiums with lots of paper on the floor making these weird hand signals, those were specialists. They made markets in roughly about 50 or 60 stocks. So if you, in the old days, if you wanted to buy or sell a particular issue, there was no electronic trading. You had to call up your stockbroker on the phone. Let's say you wanted to buy 100 shares of IBM. Well, he would take your order and then call the floor broker on the trading floor. The floor broker would write down your order to buy 100 shares of IBM, and then he would walk over to the trader who specialized in making a market in IBM. So I did that for roughly 9 years. I actually made a market in IBM and Waste Management, US Air. I made markets and traded during the crash of '87 and the bull market that followed. I left the floor in the mid-90s to manage money and to trade my own account. And about 15 years ago, I teamed up with Pro Trader Strategies, and we formalized Specialist Trading with one goal in mind, and that was simply to educate traders around the world. So we are first and foremost an educational company with our goal of teaching you all the things I've accumulated in nearly 5 decades so that you can put the power back in your hands and make your own trading decisions. If there's one thing I've learned in nearly 5 decades of trading, it's that the traders that fail are the ones that take themselves out of the game. They allow someone or something else to make their trading decisions for them. So what we do is provide you with high probability setups, strategies, indicators, tips and techniques that have high levels of consistency so that you can make your own trading decisions. In my nearly 5 decades of trading, the only traders I know who are still around are the ones that are making their own trading decisions. So this is what our goal is at Specialist Trading. We are an educational company mentoring students around the world. I'm happy to say we have students in over 115 countries and in virtually every state in the United States. And you'll see that attention to education in today's educational presentation. Now, before I begin, we're required to share this with you, so please take a moment to view our disclaimer. I'm going to share with you a lot of performance results by applying this strategy for volatile markets. Please remember that we can in no way guarantee that any of the results I'm about to share with you will be repeated in the future. And since we are first and foremost an educational company, all examples are strictly for educational purposes only. Now, if you'd like to get more education on a daily basis, please feel free to follow us on X, formerly known as Twitter. There's our handle right there. You may want to copy that down. Every day I post upwards of 5 to 7 different snapshots of signals our methods have generated, also little bits of financial wisdom. So there's lots of great free education on a daily basis. So please feel free to follow us on X. Okay. So let's begin today's educational presentation. We're going to be talking today about one of our most consistent methods for capturing volatility, and this is called Strategy 3A. All right, so let's give you some of the highlights of this particular method. It's a continuation strategy. So what does that mean? Well, with a continuation strategy, we're looking to jump on board an already established trend, either to the upside or to the downside. So we're not looking to buy at the lows or sell at the top to go short. We're looking for a trend to already start, and then we just jump on board. Think of a train leaving the train station, okay? You see the train headed out in the direction that you want to go, but you're kind of late. You've missed the beginning of the movement of the train, but you jump on board because it's already headed in your direction. That's what a continuation strategy does. Now, we're going to be able to apply this by using a unique Bollinger Band setting. Now, this Bollinger Band setting is usually just for the students of ours who have purchased Strategy 3A, but guess what? We're going to share with you what this unique Bollinger Band setting is. Now, Strategy 3A is designed to trade quick, powerful trends in virtually any market, in any time frame, in any direction. So it really doesn't matter what market you trade or what time frame or what direction, because Strategy 3A can be easily applied to all of them. Now, when we first started teaching Strategy 3A a number of years ago, most of the volatility in the markets was in the E-mini futures. So, excuse me, we labeled it as an E-mini future strategy. But our students then began to tell us that, Steve, this works great in stocks. It works great in commodities, currency pairs, even crypto. So even though you may see some things later on in the presentation where it says E-mini Strategy 3A, trust me, it can be applied to any market, any time frame, any direction. Now, I know after seeing some of these setups I'm going to be sharing with you in just a few minutes, your eyes are going to open wide up and say, wow, I'm going to start trading this, on the opening on next week. But please, paper trade first. Learn the strategy like the back of your hand, at least the entry rules, which we're sharing with you today. Why? Because I can almost guarantee you that you'll lose money by jumping in too quickly. So many times students learn a strategy, they jump in too quickly without paper trading, and then they ask me, well, Steve, this doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? I check their trade setups and I see that they're doing everything incorrectly. So please, I believe this is being recorded. Watch this video as often as you like, just so that you fully understand the process. Now, our edge with not only Strategy 3A, but with all of our multiple strategies that we teach and train our students is based on consistency. I know a lot of you think that consistency means that that's a lot of winners, that it never fails, it's always winning. But actually, that's not what consistency means. Consistency actually is an awareness that you will have losses from time to time. But a consistent method is one that's able to recoup those losses. You see, you want a method that has a 2-step forward, 1-step back approach, okay? Not a method that, shoots for the moon and sure, every once in a while has this humongous profit. But usually those type of strategies give it all back. I know this from firsthand because when I first started trading, those were the way and methods that I used to trade. And I would have some fantastic profits and then I'd give them all back within the next couple of weeks. That's not a consistent method. A consistent method is one that has a 2-step forward, 1-step back approach. And I'm happy to say that all of our strategies at Specialist Trading and Pro Trader Strategies are extremely consistent. And you'll see that in today's educational presentation. Okay, so let's talk about Bollinger Bands, all right? For those of you who have never traded Bollinger Bands, or for those of you who have or continue to trade, let's give you just a brief refresher course, because the entry rules for strategy 3A are based on Bollinger Band settings. Now, here are the standard settings for Bollinger Band. You can go to your current platform, whatever you're using, and open up the edit box. And you'll see that Bollinger Bands are 3 bands. I'll show you an example in just a few minutes. Now, the middle band is just a simple period moving average. It's a 20 period moving average. But then there's a band on top of that, and then there's a band below it. So the way it's discerned on the distance is called the standard deviation. I'm not going to go into the inner workings of Bollinger Bands. All you have to know is that the upper band deviation is usually set at +2, and the lower band deviation is set at -2. So this is basically just saying the distance these upper and lower bands are from the middle band, which is just a simple period, 20 period moving average, okay? So if you apply a 20, or I should say a standard Bollinger Band setting to any chart, it looks something like this. Here's a generic chart, just a very basic chart with the standard Bollinger Band settings on, okay? Now this middle line you see here in the middle in red is just a 20 period simple moving average. And here is the upper band, and here is the lower band, and they're set at a standard deviation of +2 for the upper band and -2 for the lower, okay? This is the standard setting you'll have on just about every charting software package. We're going to change things a bit because this is what's going to help us with our entry for strategy 3A. Here are the proprietary settings, all right? And once again, if you don't understand this or copy them down perfectly, don't worry. I believe this is being recorded. You can watch it over and over again at your own pace. We're going to keep the middle band the same. That's the moving average. We're going to keep it at a 20 period simple moving average. The only thing we are adjusting are the upper and lower band deviations. The upper band is going from a +2 down to a fraction of +0.382. And the lower band is going from a -2 to a fraction of -0.382, okay? So that's all you have to do. If you can't adjust this in your current platform that you're using, ask the tech support. They should be able to have this for you, okay? Or I'm sure if you go online, there are some free charting software packages that you can do. It's just something that you'll have to do for every setup. You'll have to adjust to these settings to get the proprietary Bollinger Band set. All right, so let's see what that would look like. Remember, here is the standard setting for a Bollinger Band. And now here is the same chart, but with the proprietary settings. Do you see how they smoothed out? How it looks more like a river, very flowing. Now, Lois, I know a lot of students say, well, Steve, isn't this very similar to a moving average envelope or Keltner channels? It is similar, but trust me, I've experimented since I learned this strategy from my mentors decades ago. I've experimented with just about every other indicator, different ways, different settings, and feel free to experiment if you like yourself. But it's been my experience in decades that the best setting and the best indicator are the Bollinger Bands with those proprietary settings, okay? You get, in my opinion, they get the best results from what I've seen firsthand. Now remember, this is not a system. This is simply a strategy. Systems come with back testing where you enter at the exact same place, you enter, or should say exit at the exact same place, you place your stop at the exact same place, and everyone has to do the same thing, and that's how you get results. At Specialist Trading, we do not teach systems, we teach strategies. Strategies are rule-based, but they also add for 30% roughly discretion, meaning that you can enter at a different place. Say there's more volatility, maybe you want to enter more aggressively. Say there's less volatility, well, you want to enter a certain way as well, maybe more conservatively. You say that you don't want to risk a lot. Okay, you can use a standard risk placement that we teach you in the course. Someone says, well, Steve, I have a $200,000 account, I can risk a lot. Okay, well, then you want to use a stop placement that allows you more risk. You see, everyone should trade differently according to their own means. The one thing I've learned in nearly 5 decades of trading is that no two traders should ever trade alike. You have to trade what makes you feel comfortable. So our job as an educator is to provide you with a high probability method or technique, and then furnish you with different variations for entries, exits, stop placements, so that you can trade it your own way. This, in my opinion, is the only way you will become a consistent trader. Once again, by making your own decisions and not relying on someone in a chat room or a signal service to tell you where to buy, where to sell. Okay, so we know the proprietary settings now. Let's look at these standard rules for entry. These are the basic standard benchmark rules for entry. And we're not going to go over the sell rules because we have limited time, but you'll see a number of examples. They're basically just the same rules, just turned upside down. All right, so let's go over them on a step-by-step basis. All right, step one. Obviously, you want to plot the proprietary Bollinger Band setting on your chart. Now, this goes without saying, but the reason why we post this as step number one is because it means that you can plot the proprietary Bollinger Band setting on a 5-minute chart of Microsoft, or a weekly chart of the British pound, or a daily chart of Dogecoin, or a monthly chart of Tesla. It makes no difference, but you should plot the proprietary Bollinger Band setting on your chart, regardless of market, regardless of time frame. So as we look at this older chart in Tesla here, we see that, well, it's been going up, and sure, the stock is really, nicely rallying here, but maybe that guy in that chat room says, well, you don't want to buy it because it's overbought. And all the indicators are overbought. This is telling you that most likely it's going to head lower, probably back down to these lows here. So wait for it to come down, and that's when you'll buy. Okay. This is why, once again, most traders fail, myself included, because I used to take my cue from so-called gurus like this. All right. But what's the first thing we want to do? Before listening to someone tell us what we should do or what the market's going to do, plot the proprietary Bollinger Band. Now, I'm happy to say on our platform, as you see here in our green strategy tab with all of our methods and techniques, you see strategy 3A. It's as simple as just clicking it on, and in the drop-down menu, click on indicator, and it's already pre-formatted. There's absolutely nothing you need to do. So you don't need to go in the edit box or contact your tech support and have them change something for you. It's already right there, one click away. Here are the proprietary Bollinger Band setting. All right. All right, so we've plotted it. That's step one. Let's go on now to step two. We want to identify 5 consecutive price bars that close either on or above the highest Bollinger Band. Okay, so what does that look like? Well, let's go back to the chart. Okay, we see that price is below, and now price kind of intersects the Bollinger Band, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closes above. Now remember, it doesn't matter if it touches a Bollinger Band, it just has to close above. And we want 5 consecutive closes. Okay, so this is our setup. We're looking for that. Does that mean we can just buy at the market once we see that? No. What we have to do now is go to the final step, step 3. We're going to enter to buy when price trades 1 tick above bar number 5. Okay, you notice I underline trades. This is where students usually mess up because they say, well, Steve, it didn't close above bar number 5. Doesn't have to close above there. It just has to trade 1 tick above, 1 unit of measurement. Obviously, if you're trading this with currency pairs, it would have to trade 1 pip above and so forth. All right, so we have 5 consecutive closes on or above the highest Bollinger Band. And here's 1 tick above bar number 5. So if we trade there, we are going to buy. All right, you can place an order there, a stop buy, you can watch it, and once a trade there, enter in a market order. It's up to you. Remember, we're just sharing this. How you decide to trade is entirely up to you. You can buy calls or some type of spread strategy to the upside. That's your decision. That's what you're in charge of. Our job as a mentor is to provide you with this education. So let's see, we have bar number 5 right here. Well, nothing happened. We didn't trade there, but the setup is still going on. The setup is still valid, so we're still waiting. And now on the next bar, we traded there. And so we entered. And look what happened after that. 115 points in less than a couple of weeks, okay? That's how simple this process is. What happened to the overbought that some guy in a chat room said, or some guy on TV said, or what some indicator said? Remember, we tell our students to only focus on the chart in front of you, not on an outside source telling you what you should trade and what you should buy or sell. Now, obviously, I'm not sharing with you where our students would have sold or where they would have placed their stop. I can't give you all that information. It wouldn't be fair to our students around the world who have purchased strategy 3A. But I am giving you the entry rules, okay? Giving you a little appetizer. If you've been trading for a while, you can decide where you'd like to cover and exit or where you'd like to place a stop. All right, so that was a basic example. Let's look at some more recent strategy 3A examples, okay? Both buys and sells. Here's an example in TMUS, it's T-Mobile. All right, the stock is kind of going higher. We have a number of closes, but who knows what's going to happen? Well, the first thing we do is we click on strategy 3A on our platform. It's this simple, and you can do it this quickly as well. Click on indicator, and now we have the proprietary Bollinger Band settings. Remember, we want to see and identify 5 closes above that are consecutive closes. Well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Makes no difference if we're touching the Bollinger Bands, as long as we close consecutively above. So those are 5 consecutive closes above. So here's bar number 5 right here. We're not going to buy until we trade right there. And we traded there on the very next bar. So that would have been your entry point to buy T-Mobile. And look what happened. Coming in to the end of this past year, up 42 points that you potentially could have captured. Now, remember, once again, obviously some people would not have gone for the full 42 points. Some students of ours said, hey, Steve, I made a couple of points, I'm out. Others would have said, well, I like to stay in for the long run. I try to get as much bang for my buck. That is your decision. We're not telling you where to exactly exit, where to exactly place your stop, but we furnish you with all the different variables to help you make your decision on how to trade. Let's look at CTAS, okay, Syntascore. All right, the stock was kind of going sideways, nowhere, and all of a sudden fell out of bed, maybe off some news or some announcement. So obviously you say to yourself, well, wow, this is a bad sign. I don't want to purchase this. But then look what happens. It firms up the next 4 days or so. And maybe you go to that chat room and the guy says, hey, this is bottoming out. This is really showing some type of institutional support. Maybe you took that $10,000 course on institutions and they're telling you that this is where the big banks are buying. You've got to purchase this, right? So you say, well, maybe this is a buy, okay? But what is the market telling you through strategy 3A? Remember, the first thing we tell our students is not to look at, institutions, not to listen to some guy on TV, but to click on strategy 3A, click on indicator, and see where price is in relation to that. Now, price was kind of intersecting or touching the Bollinger Bands, but now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closes below. Now, that's enough for a setup to sell or to go short, but we have to trade 1 tick below. Okay, so sure, maybe this is some type of support here, but the market is telling you, well, it's setting up for a downward move. Now, on the next bar, nothing happened, but you still maybe have a stop sell, or maybe you're waiting to buy the puts. And there, on the very next day, it traded there. So perhaps you bought the puts or some type of spread strategy with a downward bias, or maybe you actually shorted the stock. Either way, you would have entered right there. 27 points in just 2 days to the downside. What happened to the institutional support? What happened to the bottom right there? Remember, the market tells you just about everything you need to know. The only trouble is we're never trained to listen to the market, myself included. When I first started, I was trained to listen to the earnings. I was trained to listen to the gurus on TV or in newsletters. We didn't have the internet back then in the 70s, but we subscribed to newsletters. I was trained to have 10 or 20 different convoluted indicators that I had no idea what they were about. Once my mentors taught me how to really simplify my trading, just look at a few things, that's when my trading started to become consistent. As you can see here, obviously something happened where this was caused to go down and it gapped down very strongly. Well, isn't it funny how 2 days in advance we knew to enter to go short without the advance notice of any news or anything? It's because price usually tells you in advance. Let's take a look here at Lulu. Here's a chart we looked at originally, okay? Now we're looking here and we see that we are intersecting the Bollinger Band, but now we have 1, 2, 3. Now you see here that these both closed on the highest Bollinger Band. That's perfectly okay. Remember, that's the rule. They have to close on or above the highest Bollinger Band. So we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive closes. Here is bar number 5 right here. We're going to enter to buy if we trade above, which we did on the very next bar. There's our entry. And this was just about a month ago. 82 points you could have potentially captured in 4 days. Now, had you waited for some news or something to come out, you would have had to purchase way up here and your profit would have been minimal. Let's look at ROP, Roper, okay? We are above initially the Bollinger Bands, but now we cross below. We have a close below here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive closes. Here's bar number 5. So we're not going to just sell at the market. Now we know we have a lot of students that don't like to go short. They don't feel comfortable. They don't buy puts or go short because they just feel uncomfortable rooting against something. Well, that's okay because you can use this as an exiting technique as well. Let's say you were long this stock and you didn't know where to get out and it looks like it's a little heavy right now. Well, you could simply follow the same rules and exit if it trades one tick below bar number 5, which it did on the very next bar. So you could have exited right here and potentially saved yourself 50 points to the downside. Now, if you were more aggressive, you could have purchased puts or shorted the stock and potentially captured 50 points to the downside. Now, this can be applied once again to any market, any time frame. Here's an entirely different market, the Canadian dollar, and an entirely different time frame, a 4-hour time frame. All right. Someone looking at this would say, well, Steve, how could I have taken advantage of this in hindsight? This is a great up move, but I missed it. How would I have known? Well, the first thing you do is apply the Bollinger Band setting. Okay, so you would have known that price was above the Bollinger Band setting right here. And we had 5 consecutive closes. Here was bar number 5. All you had to do was sit and watch, and a couple of days later, that was your entry point. And potentially you could have captured 200 pips, upwards of $2,000 per unit in the next 2 or 3 days. That's how simple it is. Nothing changes because we changed markets. Nothing changes because we changed time frames. The exact same rules. So that's why it's so easily transferable onto any market. How about this Australian dollar chart? All right, this is a daily chart, the Australian dollar. Once again, looking back in hindsight, someone could say, wow, you know, I was long this and I just got killed. I listened to that. I took that foreign currency course and I lost money and I've been holding this and I'm getting killed here. Or some guy in some chat room said to buy this and it keeps going lower and lower. This is why most students fail, once again, because you're putting your trust on someone or something to tell you how to trade. Once you learn how to trade on your own, you can release and let go of all these, what my mentors called useless noise, and make your own trading decisions. That's our goal at Specialist Trading. All right, so first thing you want to do, apply the Bollinger Band. All right, now we see that we had a close, 1, 2, 3, but now we closed above, so this count is off. But we could start again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's bar number 5. Here's our entry point, and you could have potentially either saved or captured potentially 230 pips coming into last month. That's $2,300 per unit, okay? All right, let's go to a different time frame for stocks. Here's a weekly chart of Regeneron. The same process applies, and once again, we know that not everyone wants to short a stock of this nature. So let's say you were long in your portfolio, and the stock is drifting lower on a weekly basis. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks of heading lower. And you say to yourself, wow, you know, maybe it's oversold. Maybe I should buy this. Well, if you used the simple rules to this, you would have said, actually, it's telling you it wants to go lower. You have 5 consecutive closes below. Here's bar number 5. Why don't you just wait to see if it trades 1 tick below bar number 5, and then you'll exit your long position. Sure, you won't get out at the top, but at least you could have saved yourself 255 points coming into last month, okay? So that's why this is a great tool. Even if you don't like to go short, you could have applied this to save you money and use it as an exiting tool. And let's go even out more to a monthly chart. Here is a monthly chart of Costco. So each one of these bars represents a month. All right, let's see how we could have applied the exact same process. Now, looking at this, this is going back almost 2 years to 2023. Costco is headed up higher, but it looks like maybe it hit some type of a wall up here. Who knows? First thing we want to do, though, is go through the process of Strategy 3A. Even though we may think it's overbought, the first thing we do is click on Strategy 3A on our platform, click on Indicator, and we see here that, well, prices are above. In fact, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months have closed above the highest Bollinger Band, consecutive months. So the same rules apply. Here is bar number 5, even though this bar is a monthly bar. If we just trade here on the next month, just trade here, we're going to be going long, okay? And if it's already in your long-term portfolio, maybe you want to purchase more. A lot of our students like to add on to their positions using Strategy 3A. Well, the very next month, it did trade there. So that's your entry point. Remember, once again, don't worry, there is a stop placement in this strategy, and we have numerous stop placements for different types of traders, and there is an exiting point as well, but this is all taught in the course. Just can't give away all that information right now. But using the standard entry rules, which you learned today, you would have entered right here in November of 2023, about 1.5 years ago. And 400 points coming into the end of last year, 400 points to the upside. Not based on any economic news or what the inner workings of the company, of Costco, or earnings reports, just based on market behavior, on price behavior. Remember, my mentors saw how complicated and convoluted my trading was. They saw how I was struggling. They said, Steve, you're watching way too many things. There's no reason to look at earnings. There's no reason to look at news and economic reports. There's absolutely no reason to look and listen to all these gurus. Just simplify your trading and you become a lot more consistent. It was a hard thing to do because I had always been taught that's the way you're supposed to trade. But once I stripped away and let go of these things, that's when my trading started to become more consistent. So this is what we try to instill in all of our students. Okay, so let's recap what we shared with you today. Strategy 3A is a continuation strategy. As you just saw, we're not looking to buy at the very low or sell at the very top to go short. We're looking for a trend to already be established. And the way we identify that is through the unique Bollinger Band setting and our countdown of 5 bars. That's how we determine if a trend is already in play. It's designed to trade these quick, powerful trends as you just saw. Now, when I first started trading it, like as I said, we use this for E-mini trading and most likely intraday trading because there was a lot of volatility intraday trading, looking at 5, 10-minute bars. But with increased volatility throughout the years in the markets, it can be applied to any market, any time frame, in any direction. Now, you learned the entry rules to this for going short or for going long, but please paper trade first. Next week, I know you're going to want to jump in. Just paper trade it a little bit so you fully understand the process, because I can almost guarantee you, if you have a series of losses, most likely it's because you're entering incorrectly. You're not doing the count correctly. Maybe you're saying, well, Steve, it didn't close there, so I didn't buy it and I missed it. Doesn't have to close above bar number 5, just has to trade there. So please watch this video and paper trade so that you fully understand the process. Now, is every trade going to be a winner? Absolutely not. Nothing is a perfect winner all the time. Yesterday when I was trading, I had 3 trades. My first trade was a loser. My next 2 trades were winners. That's just the way consistency works. A 2-step forward, 1-step back approach. So now that you've learned the entry rules of strategy 3A, ask yourself honestly, do you think this strategy can help your trading throughout 2025? Now, I know that most traders, myself included, when I first started out, you make these hopes and dreams and promises and goals of where you want to be at the beginning of the year and where you want to conclude at the end of the year. And usually traders know within the first couple of months that they're never going to reach those goals because it's just not working the way they had planned, okay? That's okay. It's very common. It's been estimated upwards of 80 to 90% of all traders fail. We want to help you. We think we can help you, not only with strategy 3A, but with other techniques we have to offer you. So here's what we're going to do. We have a great special offer for all of you attending today, and we think it'll really elevate your trading. This is our fastest way to become a consistent trader. If you've been having a difficult time, we're going to give you the entire Strategy 3A course. Now, this comes complete with all the course rules, which includes the entries, exits, and stops, or 6 or 7 different ways to enter. I showed you the most basic point of entry today. 6 or 7 different ways to exit, if you'd like to stay in much longer or get in and out quickly, and 6 or 7 different ways to place your stop if you're a conservative trader or an aggressive trader. Remember, our job is to provide you with this, with a standard basic benchmark, and then provide you with all the variations for you to trade so that you can feel comfortable, okay? Now, as you see here, as we stated earlier, when we originally started teaching this method, we called it E-mini Strategy 3A, but I've just shared with you a number of examples where it doesn't even apply to E-mini. You can use it for stocks, currency pairs, weekly bars, monthly bars, 4-hour charts. Makes absolutely no difference. In our opinion, this is the fastest way to become a consistent trader. Now, everything you saw today was displayed using our platform, the PTS Primo charting platform. When you wanted to click on the indicator, all you had to do was click on Strategy 3A, and with one click, you know exactly how to plot that proprietary setting. Well, here's what we're going to do. We are going to include, with the purchase of Strategy 3A, absolutely 6 months absolutely free with this, okay? You're going to get full 6 months free, and this just does not include Strategy 3A. There are a host, dozens of different tips, techniques, and methods on the platform that you won't find anywhere else, because these are things I've accumulated in 48 years that I've taken from my years on the trading floor. These things you will not see on any of the major platforms. They're only on the PTS Primo charting platform. So let's break it down. Now, obviously, you're going to get one-click indicator access to Strategy 3A. You'll also get a scanner. You can scan for 3A setups on a nightly basis. Remember, this comes with entry levels and stop placements that are automatically on the screen, okay? Auto-generated exit levels are automatically on the screen. We also have a strength of trend tool. Let's say you have one of these markets where it's just taking off. This is a great tool I developed with Pro Trader Strategies to tell you if there's more room left in the tank for the trend to continue or if it's running out of gas. You won't find any of these anywhere else. But here's the other thing that you won't find anywhere else. This is what we call our enhanced buy-sell line. These are 4 different ways to find out what the overall trend is of any market and at any time frame. Let me share with you a couple of examples here. Here's a chart in EAT, all right? This is going back to last year, August of 2024, up until the end of last month. You can see the stock has been going straight up. Now, traders usually love to be the victim and say, gosh, I missed that. How come I never get to see and know when markets are going to move like this? Well, this indicator doesn't tell you how high or how low. It just tells you what is happening currently with the overall trend. Let me share with you how easy it is. On our platform, all you have to do is click on the buy-sell line, because we call this our buy-sell line because it virtually tells you whether you should be having a buyer's bias or a seller's bias. Now, we have 4 different ways to find out what it is. Let's click on one of them called the fluid. And automatically, it changes the background of the screen, okay? Now, everything in blue is called the blue buy zone. This means that what you want to do is only apply buy signals because you're in sync with the overall trend. And once price closes in the red sell zone, well, then obviously you either want to be out of the market or you only want to be looking at sell signals. Now, the way we determine this is once you see a series of 3 to 5 consecutive closes, either above or below, that tells you what the overall trend is. And look at this consecutive series here of closes in the blue buy zone. And then look what happened after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months of straight up overall trend. Let's look at another example here. Here's one in limited. The stock was going up very nicely. Then obviously something happened, some news or some event, and it's been going down ever since. This is coming into the end of January here. How could this feature on our platform help you? Well, once again, click on buy sell line. Excuse me, this time, let's look at another feature called the background feature. And this just colors the back of the screen, telling you the blue buyer's bias. Obviously, here's the blue buyer's bias and the red seller's bias, knowing that you should only be a seller. Once again, 3 to 5 consecutive closes with any background will tell you what the overall trend is. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closes here telling you that this was going much lower. And look what happened. The stock has continued to go lower and lower. This is only found on the platform as well. Now you may say, well, Steve, this is great, but I don't trade daily stocks. I trade intraday. Okay, here's a 10-minute chart of the spiders. This was just a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, you could see if you were intraday trading, the stock was doing well here, the ETF of the S&P 500, and then all of a sudden it gapped down and went much lower. How could this have helped? Well, if we apply the fluid buy sell line, we see here that you would only been a buyer when price, the 10-minute chart was in the blue buy zone. But once we had consecutive closes below, this was telling you exit or go short, look for a sell setup. And look what happened. You will only find these 4 different ways to find out the overall trend on the PTS Primo charting platform. And that comes free with your 6 months of the platform as well. Okay, so let's break it down for you. You're going to get Strategy 3A course along with 6 months free of the platform. Remember, this includes the complete Strategy 3A course, rules, entries, exits, and stops that you can apply to any market and any time frame, as well as 6 months of the platform. Now, usually, if you just purchase these separately, if you went on our site, Pro Trader Strategies, which handles all the discounts and the pricing, this would cost you close to $1,300, the platform along with Strategy 3A. Here's what we're going to do. Because of our association with Traders Corner and the President's Day Special Investor Summit, we're going to discount this down tremendously. For a limited time only, going down from $1,277 down to only $297. But this is for 1 day only. You're going to save close to $1,000. Remember, think of it. These are things that have taken me roughly 5 decades to accumulate. You'll get for less than $300, $297, and they're yours to keep. Plus, you're getting 6 months of the platform absolutely free with a host of different indicators and tools and techniques. I just kind of touched on the tip of the iceberg there, but there are a lot more. They just don't have enough time to go into. Okay, so here's how to take advantage of this great offer. Contact my sister site, Pro Trader Strategies. They have traders manning the phones right now. They can take your order at 310-598-6677. They're there to work with you. If you have a question, they'd be more than happy to answer any question you may have, or take your order over the phone, or you can ask them about data or the platform or different strategies we have, okay? I'm gonna leave this information up here. Now that link you see at the very bottom is the link that will take you to the info page. It's not a live link though. You can copy and paste that onto a browser. I believe perhaps Anthony is going to post this maybe on the chat box. I'm not sure, but either way, the best thing in my opinion would be simply to call 310-598-6677. They have trading consultants manning the phones and be more than happy to answer any question or take your order, okay? I believe I have just a couple of minutes left. If you do have questions, let me just see if there are any. You know, one of the main things that people always ask me is that, what if I have trouble, you know, with this? I haven't been trading for a long time, or maybe they have been trading for a long time, but they're more of an investor. They're not used to this style. Everyone who becomes a student of mine, regardless of what course, if it's a $297 course or a $5,000 or $7,000 course, you all get my personal email address, okay? This does not go to an assistant. It doesn't go to a salesperson. It doesn't go to an intern. It comes directly to me, so no one else will see it. And I'll answer it as quickly as possible. Even sometimes I'll give you a phone call if it's a lengthy question and I can answer it better over the phone. So if you're having trouble, or if it just doesn't make sense, or maybe you want me just to check your work, you will all get my personal email address, and you can contact me prior to the opening, during market hours, after the close, even during the weekends. I got some emails this morning for some of my students who had questions about some other methods. So we're not going to just leave you out there. There's lots of ways to learn how to trade, okay? I think that's about it then. If we have no further questions, I think I'll hand it back to Anthony, and I hope you learned something today, and I really wish you all the best of luck, but most especially, I look forward to seeing you in the Strategy 3A course with this deep, deep discount. Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you so much, Steve. I'm trying to put the your offer code or your link there in the chat. I just want to make sure it works first.
Oh, sure, great. That would be easy. I mean, the simplest thing to do is just to contact Pro Trader Strategies with the phone number. But if you'd like to go to the info page, you can either copy and paste this, write it down, or I believe Anthony's going to put it up there.
I'm having a little bit of trouble getting that link to work.
Yeah. Once again, this is only good for a 1 day only. So, you know, don't sleep on this. I know this is a great, great offer, but it's really discounting down from $1,300 down to $297. I mean, this is one of our best specials so far. And I'll be there with you every step of the way. If you have any questions, I'll be there with you to answer them and to, you know, work right alongside with you.
All right, I just put that link in there. That should work.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, if our audience could click on it and make sure it works as well and let us know, that'd be good. All right, thank you, Stephen. That was an incredible presentation. Your insights into trading volatile markets with structure and discipline are invaluable. We truly appreciate you sharing your expertise today.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. We appreciate it. All right. Next, we have a visionary in Fibonacci trading whose proprietary system has been globally recognized for its precision and simplicity. She's been developing the Alpha Fibonacci trading system since 2004 and chose to share her knowledge with traders instead of financial institutions, teaching her system since 2011. Her deep academic background, including expertise or experience at Johns Hopkins Psychiatry, combined with 2 decades of trading expertise, gives her a unique edge in forecasting market trends. Please welcome Alla Plocher of Fibonacci Trading Institute.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, traders. It's my joy and honor to be here with you on this bright Saturday morning. It's been a while since I've done webinar on Saturday, but I live and breathe what I do, and I'm absolutely honored to be here with you. So let's start, shall we? And I would also greatly appreciate if you post and share if you're futures or stock traders, so I would know what to focus on more. Thank you, everyone. Hello, traders. This is Alla Plocher, founder of Fibonacci Trading Institute and proprietary developer of proprietary Alpha Fibonacci trading system. In this webinar, we'll be focusing on how to empower you to trade with Alpha Fibonacci precise simplicity and how it will improve your trading. But first, I would like to remind you, very important disclaimer. I'm here to educate and empower you. Nothing in this event constitutes a financial advice. All content shown as is without any guarantee. All software shown as is. No student had ever been paid for their testimonial, and I hope and pray you understand. Trading future stocks, forex, and options involves substantial risk and not for everyone. So please trade with risk appropriate for you, your psychological comfort, and your account. In this webinar, we will be covering how Alpha Fibonacci precise simplicity system has been traded by traders of all levels in US and globally since 2011. We will dive deep into how Alpha Fibonacci system and software identifies precise entry stops and targets across in all instruments. I will dive deep into what I've been doing for the last 30 years, focusing on how to remove pain and speculation from trading with precise Alpha Fibonacci simplicity. 20 years of building my own systems, I promise you. My latest system, I can teach to 2-year-old how to trade. More time I spend building systems, more clearly I see. Market is flawless, Alpha Fibonacci puzzle, as you will see next. I will also dive deep into special bootcamp offer, my favorite time of the year, and how you can take advantage of savings of up to $10,000 with a bootcamp offer. Also, I would like to share that on the website, I have updated our ebook with much more updated information and charts. So if you sign up on the website for ebook, you will see much more about Alpha Fibonacci trading system. Briefly about myself. Seems like many lifetimes ago, I arrived to US from USSR with degree in education and classical piano without a word of English, recognizing quite clearly that I had to do something else to survive in US, to support my child. I became RN and I worked in Johns Hopkins psychiatry and research for years. Every single thing I've learned at Johns Hopkins, I continue empowering my traders. I continue with my current license. I continue with my current research in psychiatry, in human performance, in human development. And I teach this to my students. 2004, I fell in love with Fibonacci. Until 2008, I have been focusing on multiple business ventures, and I shared in detail with my students what I've done. 2008, I witnessed the power of my system in financial markets, and I was stunned to see that system I developed was overriding all the stock earnings and identifying critical institutional sell points in advance. I refused to work for financial institutions. 2011, I founded Fibonacci Trading Institute, Fibonacci Trading YouTube channel, where on our Fibonacci Trading podcast channel, students share their journeys from all over the world, and you can listen to students 24/7. I continue mentoring my students. I live and breathe what I do, and I continue building financial systems. Every day I teach, every day I develop more systems. And here I am with you. So this is one of the latest emails that everybody knows, the top financial institution that keep courting me. And I always said, the moment I can work from my home, I'm in. Until then, I will continue teaching my students. So this is what I do every single day. Focus on pure price and alpha Fibonacci strategies. And I'm very, very happy to see how my work appreciated and respected by top financial institutions. I traveled the world meeting with my students, and last year I received second wedding invitation in the last few years to very different part of the world, because traders see I care. And when I care and I become a huge part of their families, this is the reason I'm here with you on this Saturday morning. 2004, when I started developing my system, something very strange has happened. I thought I was looking on Russell, but in fact it was S&P. And then I kept scrolling through charts to recognize, my goodness, every single instrument on the planet has exact same price. How come no one can see this? So let's do the test so you can recognize that blocking this is the biggest mistake you can ever make. Here's a test for everyone. When you're looking at this without label, without title, ask yourself a question. Can anyone tell what this is? Of course not, unless of course you saw the label. One thing you see clearly, this is pure price. And if I keep clicking, I see it's pure. But my goodness, no one knows what this is. And if I keep clicking, I see it's pure, pure, pure. So every single system I ever develop applies to every instrument, every time frame, every platform. But take a look. This is oil 15-minute chart, but looks exactly the same as Bitcoin, but looks exactly the same as pound, but looks exactly the same as S&P 5-minute chart. So when you can trade one, you can trade them all with proprietary alpha Fibonacci system, because it's based on simplicity of pure price. I cannot tell you with more emphasis that the biggest mistake trader ever makes is blocking pure price. This is #1 mistake, because when I build my systems, I focus on purity. This is Dow 3-minute chart with alpha Fibonacci software for Ninja Trader 8. But you will see massive other examples on multiple instruments where you will see very clearly. This is all that matters. And when you apply alpha Fibonacci retracements, you know where to enter, you know where to exit, and you can trade any instrument you choose. So how did you do on that test? You saw clearly pure price is the answer. And if you start taking that very first step, you start understanding you can trade all platforms, you can trade any market with consistency, with confidence, with precision and clarity. And if you decide to day trade futures for Ninja Trader 8, you can add alpha Fibonacci trade recognition software and multi-market scanners. This is a scanner right now. Markets are closed, but just to give you a detail, just to show you, green alerts were showing up at the market close, and this is what played out on massive numbers of charts. That pure and simple. So let's dive into biggest mistake 99% of traders I worked with since 2011 are making. And it's not because of traders' fault. Traders keep trading with speculative entries, stops, and targets. Traders keep thinking, my goodness, trading is complex, trading is difficult, traders keep sabotaging themselves. That's the only way it can be solved, by loading more confusing indicators. It's clogging up your brain. It creates more insecurity. It creates more confusion because you know what I know. When I work with children of my students, I know very clearly the power of purity, the power of open mind, the power of seeing markets pure. Because if 14-year-old son of hedge fund trader can do it, anyone can. And you can listen to the podcast on my website. Dominic's father trading entirely different instrument than Dominic does. You make a personal decision what you want to trade. Simplicity in front of you every single time. You make a personal decision on the instrument you want to trade pure, without clogging any indicators, without wasting your time. Alpha Fibonacci trading system removes complexities, removes noise, allows trader to focus on precise simplicity on all instruments, all time frames, all platforms. System consists only of pure price for entry and proprietary alpha Fibonacci retracements for exits. So let's go straight to the charts, as I may be skipping forward, as I'm trying to see the comments and questions on the instruments you trade. So I see the reply of stocks and options. As you can see on my website, endless podcasts from stock traders and option traders. Why? Because if you insert proprietary Fibonacci retracement tool on the platform of your choice, this is the only key requirement. Make an effort, apply the rules, and you know where to buy the bottom. What is the difference between buying the bottom on Amazon and knowing where Amazon is now? Risk management and trade whole time. Can you look at the chart once a week? Can you recognize that day trading is not for everyone? So if you focus on simplicity and you trade pure, of course you can trade Amazon. Of course you can trade anything you choose, including US dollar. Selling off, crushing. Good news for Canadian and Australian traders. Bad news for us Americans. This is the chart present in the trading room for years. Critical key buy point on US dollars here. This is the key event, historical level playing out in front of you next. Intelligent trader knows what to do. And that's simplicity and purity in front of you. No software required. You can trade this on MT4, MT5. You can trade this on interactive brokers. You can trade this on Fidelity. You can trade this on any platform of your choice. Only requirement, Fibonacci retracements. Insert the levels, applies the rules. All the pain goes away. All the stress, all the confusion, all the chasing markets, all the losing money. What changes? You start trading markets as intelligent strategic chess. This is S&P mini future at alpha Fibonacci critical key buy points. Do you remember good event in financial markets? Have you seen anything good when S&P was at 3,900, when war in Ukraine shocked the world? When inflation and rates skyrocketing, institutions keep buying the market. For retail trader, it's a bliss. For options trader, it's heavenly. 5 minutes of work, looking at the charts once a week for institutional traders, for option traders, for investors. I dive deep into what you can trade with Alpha Fibonacci system. This is no longer 3,000 level, is it? As of Friday, this is where market has closed. Shock or not, 6,100 level. Institutions keep buying market with vengeance. Institutions adding to long positions. I share secrets of institutional traders, such as JP Morgan traders. I teach how to trade and what they do and how they operate. So if you understand the power of buying the bottom, S&P mini future, S&P index fund, S&P spreads, S&P condors, S&P leaps, that's it. Market skyrocketing, not selling off. Phenomenal longs continue non-stop. And that was confirmed on massive numbers of scanners as of Friday close. That's it. No gambling, no speculation here, but buying at the bottom versus buying at the top is entirely different trading. So why do I love working with complete beginner traders like Pablo? Pablo spoke in 2024 historical US election trading bootcamp. Why is this email so powerful? As you will see the updates he gave me on Friday last week. He says very, very carefully, I did not trade when family issues were playing out. And then I came to the markets with power. Trading gold, trading oil, trading euro, trading cable, trading Aussie. This is a trader who never pushed a button on his computer when he came to me. Pablo was miserable as an attorney. He closed his law practice. He's a full-time trader. He's my dearest friend for life. In Spain, he's trading US markets, he's trading European markets. And this is what he says. I want to share with you, and thank you for teaching me to trade this way, because you know what else is so important? He says, I didn't trade the American indices because I did not like the chart, which means knowing when not to trade, knowing when not to lose money is key to your success. That's it. This is Pablo's update 2025. I wake up to my phone ringing of the cook with stacks blowing up. From New Jersey, from Morocco, from Moscow, from Kiev, from Spain, from Dubai, from Monte Carlo. Every trade a different account. But why do I love working with complete beginner trader like Pablo? He's trading everything. Look at that. Gold, oil, Dow, S&P, Nasdaq, Euro, of course. What does he say? I only trade when price near the important level. This morning I decided I only wanted to trade oil because of daily level, and I didn't do anything in European morning. Wow, what a genius. And look at that day, he worked less than 30 minutes trading S&P, 4 points, 5 minutes. Look at all of genius, intelligent, strategic traders' performance. 7 more podcasts from other traders coming to the website in the next week. So, beginner trader can do it. 14-year-old son of hedge fund trader can do this. Everyone can. If you can drive, you can trade Alpha Fibonacci system. At the bold red line, at the institutional sell point, can you short the market? Of course you can. That's all you have to do if you day trade futures. Can you buy at the bottom at the green zone? Can you push the gas pedal when the light sets off green? My goodness, you have only one brain. Identical logic you apply when you drive is identical logic you apply when you trade. Why does Wall Street love hiring traders who have stellar driving record? You have only one brain. When I worked in Johns Hopkins Psychiatry and Research, I saw how brain of top performance in the world was trained. Because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. But there is a big problem in trading. It's loaded with noise. It makes trader believe it's supposed to be painful. It's supposed to be complex. But when you focus on simplicity and you understand what played out this week was spectacular, was incredible, let me show you. What did Pablo mention in his email? This is a key chart to prepare. Thursday, I was teaching institutional class, and I will show you what traders say about my teaching. This was breathtaking institutional long February 9th. Market collapse February 7th. So if you are not in the trading room and you are not in the course, let me bring you back by week. You can backtest my systems going back years. I will show you how. Here is S&P mini future a week ago. Crashing completely. You know hours and days in advance that this is spectacular institutional buy point. Sunday. I'm converting this chart to 5 minutes. Wow, it's a reversal though. But do you remember this identical level on Amazon? Wow, it's all the same in every class I teach on multiple instruments, multiple time frames, multiple platforms. Pure price skyrocketing. Let's convert this chart to 15. Can you use your limitless brain and stop blocking it with noise and start focusing on what matters? Did you see what played out again after brutal and nasty Tuesday? Wow. Thursday is flawless. Let's keep forward. Intelligent trader knows where to buy. Intelligent trader understands the power of this. Absolutely breathtaking. You understand that part? That's it. No matter what chart you trade, Alpha Fibonacci system applies to it all. And as traders share all over the world, life becomes difficult. Walk away from day trading. Do exact same thing on stock, on forex, on crypto, on ETFs, on mutual funds, on commodities. Students asking me questions in the course at all times about various instruments. Incredible trader in Saudi Arabia quit his job. Mustafa, my dear friend for life, I spoke with him on Friday. Did you know traders in Saudi Arabia are not allowed to short the market? Do you know how breathtaking is spectacular if you can buy the bottom? But my goodness, you also know this hours and days in advance. Here's oil a year ago. I also bring oil news to the trading room at all times. February 2024. Look at this chart. How is this possible? Isn't oil supposed to skyrocket? Oh no, it came to Alpha Fibonacci critical key brick wall. Abu Dhabi, top oil reserve in the world, funding Russian war, but oil in free fall despite endless bullish news? Of course. And then oil skyrocketing despite endless bearish news? From Alpha Fibonacci buy point, of course. If trading on the news worked, every person on the planet would be Bill Gates. It never does. But what works is your limitless effort and your spectacular brain. Here comes the reversal zone towards the end of 2024. Our traders are ecstatic. Understand, when you're buying the bottom with institutions, it's entirely different ballgame. That's it, pure and simple. And that's S&P mini future and oil going back by a year. So if you're witnessing the power of this and you understand, Buying with institution despite catastrophic global events is easy money. Trading overextended institutional rally requires ultimate skill. So if you're fortunate enough to join us in Alpha Fibonacci Trading Bootcamp, you start seeing markets in an entirely different light. You start trading all markets as strategic, precise trading chess. Have you seen the panic on NVIDIA? My goodness, let's go straight to this chart. NVIDIA before, wow. Top fund in US, closing position on NVIDIA. Have you seen what played out? Let me pull that up for you. Look at that. We are laughing in classes as she keeps losing billions and billions of dollars. When we're discussing in the course, this is spectacular institutional buy point, right NVIDIA from the bottom to the top. Look at this level on NVIDIA. Do you remember what played out on oil? Do you remember how much NVIDIA struggled at this level? Do you understand the power of this? This is key event on NVIDIA right now. If only Cassie knew this, but my traders do. It's easy to gamble with someone else's money, but when you trade your own money, you better make an effort, as Sue does. Her podcast, latest podcast, will be uploaded to website. Phenomenal engineer, genius, had struggled for years, losing a fortune for 15 years. Then she found Fibonacci Trading Institute and was drawn by simplicity and ease of it, took the course and kept practicing non-stop. And now she's not just trading her own account, she's managing many, many accounts. That's it. And that's very clear and very simple. As she shared her account in bootcamp, made 80K, closed her trade on the day she spoke with students. S&P, gold, Bitcoin, oil, and silver. So when you come to the website, you understand where you can find traders, podcasts, and sign up for the trading room invitation. Simply click on the stop bar. As again, more and more podcasts are coming, as you can see clearly. These are traders all over the world who are trading all instruments, all time frames, all platforms. Fathers bringing their children, complete beginner traders, quitting their jobs, become full-time traders. This is father who brought his son. This is Sue, who is trading everything. This is Richard, who retired trading the system. And when you come to the homepage, this is husband who brought his wife to the course. And I will show you Jennifer's emails, who became full-time traders. That's it. Focusing on simplicity, not loading noise, not loading junk on the charts. So when you start trading markets with institutions, trading pure is intelligent, strategic, hedge fund trader does, you trade alpha Fibonacci trading chess on all instruments. Not everyone can play chess, but again, when traders are hired on Wall Street, you are asked to play a chess game or play poker. You have only one brain. When you trade with precision, you are applying identical brain muscles that you engrave in your subconscious. And of course, you can trade Apple as you can trade any instrument. Let's go to Apple. Let me see if I prepared that chart. Here's Apple. Would you like to buy the bottom on Apple? Look where we are. And again, I can take you back many, many years on this chart. This will be key event on Apple. Again and again, 260. identified years in advance. Pure and simple. The Alpha Fibonacci trader trades at key institutional level, does not spend endless hours in front of the screen. And when you understand that, you ask yourself a question. What would your trading be like if you traded with institutional Alpha Fibonacci levels 30 minutes a day? All depends if you can be in front of the screen at key level and during market open and major news. You need volatility to trade. But if you trade in Forex long term, of course you can. Here comes a Forex euro. Wow, war in Ukraine? But is it possible? Euro skyrocketing and its phenomenal buy point at 96 cents identified years in advance? Look how euro skyrocketed from this level despite catastrophe in Europe. And then euro came to key Alpha Fibonacci target, as you learned in the course. And this was another event. What was so spectacular here? This is Middle East crisis. But we're discussing with students in course, absolutely no short, only long. That's it. Europe picking up this steam. This was critical key historical event, as this was between this and this level. So when you're using your limitless brain, you're not jumping on random shorts because of crises all over the world. You understand Alpha Fibonacci system overrides catastrophic news time and time again. Top funds in US opening offices in London when I'm meeting with my students who trading anything they choose. I just had another trip to London. Look at that. Historical low on pound. US pounds buying out London. Incredible place to raise a family. Drastically safer than New York City. Oops. But pound reached critical key Alpha Fibonacci sell point and collapsed from here. Correct? That's it. Historical level on pound is here. Pound skyrocketing again. You know hours and days and weeks and months in advance. This level is out, this level to follow. But how to trade this? You must know the rules. That's it. As traders all over the world, trading Forex MT4, MT5 from micro to macro charts. Ken, my dear friend for life, who made a movie about Fibonacci Trading Institute, you can see on our YouTube channel, Trading Crypto. Movie maker was completely out of the job during COVID. He started trading crypto on his iPhone. Ken keeps coming back and sharing his stories with students. That's it. If Ken can do it while making movies about Fibonacci Trading Institute, so can you. Day trading is not for everyone. System based on pure price. And when you come to our YouTube channel and you sign up, as I will walk you through next, you will see the movie Ken made about Fibonacci Trading Institute celebrate 14-year global success story. So we already reviewed Bitcoin. In summary, if you are trading with institutional entries and exits, you can trade futures, stocks, crypto, forex, options, mutual funds, ETFs. Let's go to Bitcoin and how Ken trades. This was Alpha Fibonacci buy point Bitcoin. Flawless. This is Bitcoin now. My goodness, reached reversal zone. Can you look on your phone once a week, once a month, as Ken does? Choice is yours. Pure price for entry and Alpha Fibonacci for exit. And you will never need anything else. All you need to do is trade with rules of Alpha Fibonacci system. And you can trade with precise entries, stop and targets. So what would your trading be like if you traded with simple rules, with ultimate precision? Of course, we already reviewed Amazon. And again, if you want to day trade futures for Ninja Trader 8, of course you can. 9 years ago, a graduate of the course came to me and said, I'm developer for Ninja Trader 8. I can develop the software for Ninja 8. I work with developers all over the world on many other platforms. Pat will hold your hand and help you install this software. And this enables you to trade with ultimate precision on all futures. Speculation and gambling goes away. So these are comments from traders in historical US election trading bootcamp. Never get sold, I promise. And next I will show you the email I woke up to on Valentine's Day, as my traders make me cry time and time again. And that's the reason I live and breathe what I do. And that's the reason I'm preparing for very next bootcamp, where you will focus on simplicity. And when you understand the power of this, you make a personal decision if you want to day trade futures or not. You make that decision, or you trade anything you choose. You're becoming proactive, not reactive trader. When you know in advance institutional exits and institutional entry points. So ask yourself a question. What would your trading be like if you can day and position trade, knowing quite well with the Alpha Fibonacci system, where institutions buying and selling the markets in advance? We already reviewed Bitcoin and Forex pairs. And that's the power of the system and the reason I received this email on Valentine's Day. Let me just see for it. Always full of surprises. Boom. And it comes with music. Kurt came to me when he got fired from his job, standing up for himself at the age of 60. Now he is a full-time trader. Being called greatest blessing is the reason I don't put suit on. I don't clock in working for top financial institutions on the planet. And the reason I'm here with you this morning. That's it. Kurt will be taking bootcamp number 5. George keeps texting me from Moscow. You do not choose when and where you are born. He's trading stocks. He knows what he stands for and who he is supporting. And that's our global journey and story. So when you come to the website and you want to see my students' reviews, what is one of the most important parts that students say here? This is the Harvard of trading indication. Every single one of my traders says it's priceless. It's becoming eye-opening experience. And again, 99.9% of traders who come to me lost a fortune before because they believed or thought trading is supposed to be difficult and painful and complex. It is not. It is not. It is not. And when CEO stops by in the middle of the night in Australia and shares, for anyone contemplating whether or not to learn this high probability objective approach, you will not find anything else that will allow one to never second guess and ascertain with great precision where to buy, where to sell, with precise entry, stops, and targets at the most institutional levels. This is the best trading education by far. And when you come to student performance, this is where you find student performance from all over the world. If these traders can do it, so can you. Again and again and again. Pure price for entry, alpha, Fibonacci for exits defines holy grail of trading, as shared by traders all over the world. Trading stocks in Moscow, retiring trading options, oncologists in Chicago, Theo in Australia, Jennifer, wife of a trader. So if you understand the power of this, and all of these traders signing up for boot camps before I ever consider one, I highly encourage you to understand this is the best time of the year to join. Last year I taught 2 boot camps because of US election volatility. This year, this is the only one. Trading bootcamp at no extra cost to new students. Value of $27.77 include in every package posted on website. Private mentoring savings up to $10,000 include one-on-one sessions via screen sharing. I come to your computer, you come to mine. I keep you accountable. I show you what you should be trading and why. You have access to all group courses, video library modules. Trading bootcamp is being recorded. Group course option 2 savings $8,000 with a bootcamp. Option 1 and 3 if you are not on Ninja Trader 8, and if you click on Trading Bootcamp Summary, it identifies details about Trading Bootcamp. And when you scroll below and you decide to sign up, you see again all the options available with a bootcamp. And again, if you come to our video library, you will see clearly thousands and thousands of videos posted on our YouTube channel and movie, student made about Fibonacci Trading Institute, celebrating 14-year global success story. I hope you will join us on this incredible journey with ultimate simplicity and ultimate precision. Any questions for me? Simply pick up the phone and call or email me. I live and breathe what I do. My students are my marketing power. I have 0 marketing people in my business, 0. My students do all the marketing for me. Friends bringing their friends, husbands bringing their wives, fathers bringing their children. Carlton brought 5 friends to the course. Emmanuel brought his wife. Theo keeps coming back, sharing his journey. Ken is a movie maker. Richard retired trading the system, so did David. Absolutely not. You do not need Ninja Trader 8 unless you want to day trade futures. Option 1 and 3 for other platforms. Option 2 and 4 for all platforms and for Ninja Trader 8. Zio, you take the course and that's how you decide. That's where you learn the rules. I cannot teach the rules in 45-minute presentation. You have access to hundreds of videos of prior live recorded classes. And again, bootcamp will be recorded and you can view videos as it states recorded. As it states, course includes video library modules. You can view 24/7. 95% of our students work full-time, have businesses or on various time zones. Right now we have students in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Australia, Japan. We have students in New Jersey, in Chicago, in Florida. Life happens, Spain. You view videos, you do not have to come to live classes. The moment you sign up for the course, you have access to hundreds of videos you can view 24/7. And of course, I love teaching. As my husband keeps asking me, when would I walk away? Probably never. I need to get it out of my system so I don't have to teach my husband, my children, my grandchildren how to trade. So I can teach you. And when you apply the rules and you make an effort, I look forward to doing podcasts with you. So any questions, please review the information on the website and do not hesitate to pick up the phone and call. Do not be surprised if I answer the call. And again, view our students' reviews, and you can always sign up to get the ebook where you will see much more details about Alpha Fibonacci trading system simplicity. Thank you, traders, so much. It's been my joy and honor being here with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Alla. Your ability to simplify complex trading strategies with Fibonacci precision is truly remarkable. We appreciate your time and insights.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, traders. It's been my joy and honor. Thank you so much, everyone. Any
Thank you,
questions,
Alla.
simply pick up the phone and call. Thank you so much.
Give Alla a call. All right, thank you. Now let's shift gears to a trader who transformed her career by mastering scalping. Our next speaker, Marina, the trader chick Villatoro, is a highly respected scalping expert who has taught traders how to simplify indicators, market patterns, and technical analysis to achieve higher probability trades with low stress. Her personal trading journey led her to develop a unique approach that focuses on small, consistent wins that add up to long-term success. Please welcome Marina, the trader chick Villatoro.
Thank you so much. That's a great entry. Thanks, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. And thanks for taking the Saturday afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world to be here with us today. I really, really appreciate this. Actually, I would really love to know, where is everybody coming in from? Because I see a lot of people are in the room. So which part of the world are you coming to us from? You guys could write it in here in the question box. Are you guys seeing the question box? You can put it in here. Texas, hi CJ. All right, anybody else want to let me know where you guys are from? Dallas, how about them Cowboys? I actually just watched the Netflix series about the Dallas cheerleaders, Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. That was a really interesting show. Very, very interesting. Jason from Palm Springs, Mohammed from Toronto. Very cool. Where else is everybody from? Zoram, you are from Zurich. You're on my side of the ocean at the moment. Chanel from Vegas. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm so, so, so grateful and thrilled to have you all here. All right, guys. Oh, wait, Tyrone is from Miami. Nice. All right, welcome and let's dive in. I am the trader chick. That's me right there. Actually, no, it's my logo, but you'll see me in a second. And I want to talk today about scalping, because scalping changed my life. And I want to share the reasons why, because it's actually much more fun than you think. And this is me. This is Marina. I am Marina, the trader chick. And like I said, I have a confession, and I am a scalper. And interestingly enough, I'm going to tell you guys how I stumbled onto scalping, because honestly, when I was already doing what I was doing, I had no idea that it was actually called scalping. I just knew that I was constantly hitting my profit targets. I was feeling confident. You know, whenever you hear that target profit hit, boom, zing, whatever sound you have, you start to just uplift yourself because you believe, oh, wait, I can do this. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. I got it again and again. So I started sharing and talking about what I was doing. And the funny thing was, it actually all happened after a huge loss. Actually, I stumbled upon scalping after I had massive, almost consistent losses for almost 2 years. I've been doing this now for almost 14 years. The first 2 years were incredibly painful for me. I was simply not doing well because I was in all these different chat rooms, I was getting all these alerts. I was following all these gurus and mentors, and I had paid a ton of money for different academies, and every one of them was, you know, talking about this romantic version of going for this huge profit, staying in for a long time. You know what? It sounds good on paper, but it was incredibly stressful for me, until to the point where I couldn't hold until the profit hit because it was just too much stress for me. So I was constantly either deciding to take very tiny profits, but on the contrary, because I had a really big profit target at that point, I also had a lot more as a risk, right? I mean, that's kind of how it works. And I realized that for some reason, my ego was allowing me to stay in the losses rather than when I was winning to stay in for the higher profits. I just wasn't able to handle it. It was not my thing. And after that, actually, I quit. I quit for almost 4 months because I was just constantly losing. It was really defeating. I felt very drained, but I could not stay away. I couldn't stay away because I knew deep down that I could do this. So I decided to come back, and what I ended up doing, I had 3 charts going on. I stripped my charts. First of all, I got rid of 2 charts altogether. I only stayed with 1 chart. I got rid of all my indicators. I started to only focus on price action. And what I decided to do was, instead of going for those really big profits, what if I was just going to go for a little profit? And when I was going in for a little profit, I started to do the same small risk. So I wasn't losing that much, and I was hitting the profits much quicker. So here's the secret, guys. After I ended up losing almost $4,000 because I was chasing these trades, because I was holding on to these big wins, but yet I was permitting the big losses to come out, I blew my accounts. It was just crazy, right? And what happened was that I wasn't quitting properly because I was revenge trading, and then I finally walked away and had my breakdown after all of this kept on going on and on, right? I ended up feeling a lot like Nacho Libre. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Nacho Libre, the movie. There was this really, it's a great movie. It's really funny. This guy wants to be I guess you could call him a luchador, which is for, in Mexico, he wants to be, it's the lucha libre. He wants to be a wrestler, and he is terrible at it. And there's this one point in the movie where he is standing in church and he's saying, Lord, why did you give me this passion to wrestle and made me such a lousy warrior? And I probably for the first like 2 years, I kept on saying to myself, I'm like, why do I have such this deep passion for trading and I'm just constantly losing? What is going on? What is the problem with this? And basically what happened was I decided to walk away, right? And what happened with Nacho, obviously, the same thing happened with Nacho. He decided to quit, but then he was offered this one thing. Can you just hold on one second? Sorry, somebody is at my door, which is very peculiar. And yes, I will be, yeah, anyway, so I was saying, so Nacho Libre, obviously when Nacho, that's not his name, went and he ended up winning one of his wrestling matches. And of course, that's exactly what started to happen to me after I started to do these little profits. That's when I started to realize that I too can be a real trader. And that's when I ended up having my massive breakthrough. Because the coolest thing about scalping is that it could be super basic. It could be very Simple, basic, and the most important thing, I want to teach you guys one really important thing about trading, which I think the biggest misconception is of all, is that it's not about the money. You could be hearing everybody talk, oh, I made 1,000 here, oh, I did this, oh, I did that. But if you do not understand why they are winning the way they are, you're not going to be able to replicate it. And it's never about the money. Why? It's about the decisions. It's about making the correct decisions. It's about making the right moves. And if you're not making the right moves, if you're constantly getting into your car and you're getting into the wrong lane and you're crashing, are you going to be feeling confident about your driving? No. And when you get back to the basics, understanding when you do get into your car that you need to be in the correct lane, that's when you end up winning. So that is exactly what happened to me. I ended up recognizing that I'm not going to focus on making the $1,000 a day as everybody promises you that you can make, but versus how about if I just do $50? Because with contracts, if I put in with futures, one contract for 1 point costs me $50, right? 1 point, $50. And guess what? I started hitting those 1 points. I started to understand that I could do it. And that is how scalping came to me altogether. And when I started to understand what I was doing, I started to hit those areas over and over and over again. And when I started to share, hey, you know what? I'm doing pretty well. I've been getting, I'm hitting my 1 point targets all the time. And because of that, I started to add in more contracts. So the $50 started to turn into $500. It's still tiny little scalping moves. Somebody said to me, oh, you're a scalper. And I was like, what's a scalper? I've never heard of that word before, right? Other than, of course, the negative connotation behind it. With the Indians scalping. We don't want to go there. And people were saying to me, you're a scalper. And I was like, oh, okay. And I started to look more into what scalping really was. And one of the most interesting things of all that I realized that I started to meet other scalpers was the ones that were the most successful were the ones that were going for the smaller targets. And that is when I started to fully commit myself to scalping. So what is scalping really? For me, normally, well, this is funny because today my scalps are between 30 seconds to 5 minutes. I used to hold on to 15 minutes, but to be honest with you, the market after COVID really, really started to pick up. So if I'm in a 15-minute trade, I get a little bit worried because there's so much volatility today. And again, smaller profits, they lead to the quick profits. You get a lot more profits and you'll be surprised. And the biggest thing of all, there's no more stress. I'm not stressed out. I'm not sitting there biting my fingernails till they're bleeding because it's quick. And every time it hits a profit target, my confidence goes up over and over and over again. So before I dive in and teach you guys a little bit deeper more about it, I just want to say hello. I am Marina, the Trader Chick. I am an expat. I've lived in Barcelona now for 2 years. Before that, I was living as an expat for 20 years in Central America, Guatemala, Costa Rica. Before becoming a day trader, I was actually a fitness instructor. And the main reason why I bring this up is because so many people believe that there is a reason why they're not traders, because they feel like they have to have an economics background, a financial background, a math background. I was a trader. I mean, I was a fitness instructor and I become a pretty successful trader. Anybody could do it. And that is the absolute beauty of trading. And I'm also trilingual. And the main reason for that, the main reason I bring this up for you is because I was a Soviet Union refugee. So Russian is my mother tongue. I moved to the United States when I was young. So English came to me as just a learning process. But Spanish, because I've now been living in Spanish speaking countries for 20 years, I was in my 20s when I started to learn that language. And there's a process to learn it. And when I realized that understanding the market language is the same process as learning a language, it changed my entire perception and trajectory of how I understood the market. All right, guys, I want to talk to you about the basics of trading. Before we go anywhere, You cannot, and I'm going to say this a few times, you cannot be a professional day trader if you are on a rinky-dink app like Robinhood or on your phone. You need to have a powerful trading platform. You need that. And today there are so many strong platforms to choose from that I really recommend going and finding one. It's not a problem. A lot of them are even free. And you need to have indicators. If you have a strong platform, you can get free universal indicators. And that's the beauty of it all. All right, so I want to talk about the market, okay? Understanding the market movement is going to be the most important thing for you to understand, because it does not matter what is going on if you're not able to grasp that the sideways market is the worst, I call it the trader's worst enemy, place for you to be in, because we all understand the upward market, we understand the downward market, and we know that there's a sideways market, but I have to say a lot of people don't give it the amount of attention it needs. Why? Because this is an area where we call the chop, the indecision, the exhaustion pattern. This is the place where there's nothing happening. And if you start to put your money into a place where there's absolutely nothing happening, you're going to end up losing it because it's a 50-50 coin toss, right? You don't know if it's going to go up or down. And that is so important to understand. You need to know where this is happening, and then you have to stay out. Because with the upward trend, we understand each pivot higher than the next. The market is going up, completely understandable. This is a bull market. This is also what we call going long. This is where you are buying, okay? This is where you are entering at a higher price point. Sorry, when you're entering at, oops, hang on, what's happening here? Ooh. There we go, sorry. This is where you are entering at a higher price point and you're exiting, at a lower price point and you're exiting at a higher price point. That is called buying, going along, entering a long position. The downward trend, of course, we understand each pivot is lower than the next pivot. This is where you are shorting the market. This means that you are entering at a higher price point, exiting at a lower price point, and you're taking the profit in between. All right, so we understand that. So now I really, really want us to dive deep into understanding the transition areas, those consolidation areas, and what I call the trader's worst enemy, how we spot them. And once we learn how to avoid them, that is going to be so helpful. And that is when you're going to start to actually really make the smart decisions. Because like I say again, it's all about the decisions. Everybody here could be selling you, oh, you'll be making thousands on this. I'm going to be straight with you guys. You're not going to be making thousands. And if you are going to be making thousands, that is down the road. So the reality of trading, if you even make $25 to $50 a day in the beginning, you're doing good, because there's not a single career in the entire universe that makes you $1,000 a day without having any strategy and any understanding. There's a lot of people selling us that, right? Here, oh my gosh, everywhere I look, everybody's lying and saying, I made 1,000. Oh my God, I took $500 and made it into $1 million. It's lies. And are you going to listen to them and do the same? Great, because you still have to understand what they are doing. And if you do not have a grasp of what you are doing and the realistic idea that if you even make $50 a day in the beginning, that you are a profitable 5% of the day traders. That's the reality. Okay, that is the truth. And if you guys want to go and be like, you know what, this isn't for me, I can make $1,000. I would love to hear your stories, but I have yet to hear that. So I'm going to be realistic with you. Once you understand how to read the market, once you are realistic in taking the smaller profits, that is the only way you are able to build yourself as a trader. Why? Because the romance of making $1,000 a day, it's all lovely, but it doesn't happen. Okay, the amount of people, what amazes me about trading is the amount of people that are happy with a break even. We're not here for break evens, and the amount of people that deal with losses and are accepting the losses, because that's a gambling, right? That's a gambler. So once we start to learn, and again, who are the professional poker players? they start at the $1 table. They start at the $5 table. They're not sitting at the $5,000 table, right? Unless that $5,000 to them is $5. Obviously, that's a whole other story. But realistically, it's funny because when I was in university, I lived in this apartment building, and my neighbor, he was a professional poker player. I've never met anybody like that before, but that was his thing. He was a professional poker player. He was incredibly strategic, and he used to tell me, he's like, I started at the 5-cent table, and now he's sitting at the $5,000 table, but he was already 10 years into it, right? So again, you need to start realistically, and again, you need to start understanding that before you are even up to being the realistic person, right? So let's really understand what we are talking about. Again, downward trend, upward trend, those are the easy ones, right? Because when something's going up, we get it. We try to get in on it. Usually we get in a little bit too late because, you know, by the time we realize that, and we don't have a strategy, people who don't have strategies, they just go for, you know, oh, it's running, I'm going to jump in, or wait, it's going down, because when it goes down faster than it goes up. The point is, once you have a strategy, once you understand the strategy, that is when you are able to truly do it. And the strategy begins with understanding the sideways market, the consolidation area, the channel. Why? Because nobody wants to be in a market that bounces back and forth without any direction. And the reason why so many traders end up losing money in these types of markets is because they are telling themselves stories. So if a trend is your friend trader looking at a chart that looks like this, they're saying to themselves, you know what, the market's been going up all day, it's got to continue going up, so I'm going to put my money into this consolidation market for it to continue going up. Or the contrarian trader, you know what, the market's been going up all day, it's got to correct, I'm going to put my money into a short because it's got to correct. Here's the deal, it doesn't have to do anything. The market will do what the market will do. We as individual retail traders can never, ever predict what the market is going to do or try to beat it. What we can do is understand it, and what we can do is sit out, because that is the pro trader. When they see something like this, they're like, you know what? I don't know what the market is going to do. I have no clue. I'm going to sit and let it tell me what it's going to do. And this happens often. So when we sit out and wait for the confirmation for it to either go up or to go down, we sit and we wait. And once we understand that, that is when we can truly dominate the market. So let's talk about the areas that we need to first understand to be able to stay out. Those areas are support and resistance areas. Support and resistance areas, they are the barriers. I call them our seat belts, right? Because the market respects areas and it hits areas over and over again. And when the market respects an area, we have to respect the area. So how does that work? So what is a resistance area? When your market is going up, it's trending up, and all of a sudden starts to hit a wall, but a ceiling, right? It starts to hit a ceiling 3 or 4 more times. We need to draw that in, and we need to stay away. Why? Because we don't know if it's going to break through or if it's going to hit off of it and transition. But when it does, we will understand. So right now, our job is to just identify those areas, mark them out, and then sit and wait for them. Resistance area. And the thing is, the market can revisit them over and over again. For me, this is an entire session. And if the market is going to revisit this area, I want to make sure and stay out, because I will get stopped out. So I also know when it bounces off and then changes direction for me to enter a new trend trade, right? Those are the important things for me to understand. So resistance area, it's a ceiling. The support area, it's the floor of the market. It's identical to the resistance, only, although obviously the mirror image of it. It's when the market is going down and it's hit over and over and over again. Okay, super important to be able to identify it. And the most important of it, guys, is to draw those areas in. Why? Because when you are in the live market, and if you're looking to the left, and usually you do look to the left of the chart because you want to reinforce that you made the right decision, You need to see why. You need to see the areas that you've drawn, and you need to be like, okay, this is the reason I decided on this, right? There's a saying, the warrior dies before the battlefield, because they have done everything they can before they enter the battlefield. When they're on the battlefield, they are just relying on their skills and what they know. And that is exactly what you have to the left. The reliance of understanding what you have read in the market to make the right decisions. Okay, support area, the floor of the market. And then we can put them in together. So now we have identified an area. When the resistance area and the support area are close to one another, that is the sideways market. Okay, and look at these markets. And interestingly enough, you're probably looking and be like, well, of course I would never enter that. But when you don't draw them in, you don't recognize it as much. And the amount of people that think that they could beat the market because of this is absolutely incredible to me. The market will humble you, and that is definitely one way. The other way that I love and have trusted entirely is through reversal patterns and divergences. I call these areas the trader's map to shift in direction and trend. What is a reversal pattern and what is a divergence? So a reversal pattern is usually double tops, triple tops, double bottoms, triple bottoms, or the head and shoulders. They are super simple to identify, and 90% of the time, the market will either completely shift or it will go into a sideways market. When I see these, I stay out. I don't aim to enter until it has given me true confirmation. And when I say a divergence, so for instance here, obviously the price action is going in one direction versus I use the MACDs is going in the other direction, which is the red dots. I know that the market is totally slowing down. It is losing strength. I do not want to be nowhere near the market when it's losing strength, because I like to enter a market when it's strong. And I know when it's strong because I understand what it is telling me. So when I see a double bottom, which is right here, perfect, and then my MACDs are giving me massive divergence, I know for a fact that it is either going to go into a sideways market or it's going to transition. So if it goes to a sideways market, I'm already viewing that area and waiting for it. But if it does switch, guess what? I'm in it immediately because I know this is the place where the market is going to trend to the opposite direction. And I want to be in as quick as possible. Okay, so let's talk about the breakout trade first and foremost, because this is without a doubt the most powerful trade there is out there. Okay, and when we understand this trade, guess what? We start to really profit from it. And you can do it even better when you begin as a scalper with the smaller profits. You don't need to be a scalper. You can eventually grow to be, you know, a longer holding trader, absolutely. But if you are challenged and you are having issues and not winning, just try that approach. Try to go for the smaller wins. And not only is it going to be about the smaller wins, you will be amazed at the confidence you start to believe in yourself. Because when you're losing all the time, guess what? You start to really feel crappy about yourself as well. So what is the breakout trade? Breakout trade is super simple. Imagine the market is going in one direction and all of a sudden it gives you that ugly sideways consolidation area going absolutely nowhere. And you're sitting, you're waiting, you have drawn out, what is the market going to do? And then all of a sudden, boom, it blasts through and continues up. In this case, upward. It could do the exact same down. That is the breakout trade. So this is where I enter the trades. As you can see here, my MACDs, they are super high. If you look at my MACDs, it's the red dots. You'll see the dashed black line. That is the zero line. That shows that this is where the market has barely any strength at all. And you want to be in on that strength. You want to have strength. You don't want to be near the black line. You want to go high, right? You want to jet up. You want to be strong. So what I do is when I see that break in the MACDs and the break of my either resistance or support area, that's when I put an order waiting. Because you never want to just do a market order. The market orders, you lose money with slippage, and the market knows, oh, okay, wait, hang on a second. they're going market order, yeah, they're amateur. They're, you know, chances are so the market will give you a much different entry than you think you're entering. So when you are telling the market, I want to enter here at this price point, that's when you get the exact amount that you want. And that also goes for your profit target and your stop. When you have them in already, when you enter, it will hit it. You do not need to do it manually. That's the beauty of charting platforms as well. All right, I want to do another really quick bonus trade. As I mentioned earlier, the new trend trade is so powerful. Why? Because this is when the most amount of energy is going for the new trend. The market all kind of just conspires to go for the same direction, and you want to be in on it as quick as possible. So when you are able to recognize that, you can also hop in and take advantage of that. Okay, so you have to have the areas drawn in. You need to see where your indicators are pointing to. You need to understand that, and you need to be like, I'm in. Tell the market what price point you want to enter, and if it fills you at that price point, it was meant to be, and then tell it where you want to exit. And that's the beauty of these trades. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. We have absolutely everything that we need to take action, right? We have everything. We have the different summits. We have all these different gurus on YouTube, podcasts, Instagram, TikTokers. I mean, you're just flooded, right? You're just flooded with all this different information. And some of it is really good. Majority of it is hard to understand. But at the end of the day, when you take all that information, how do you know that you are doing it right? How do you know that you're doing it right? What is helping you understand what you are doing right? Because all of this is great. And usually the real question I get asked a lot is, how do I truly get started? And it's funny because it's not usually from beginners. A lot of times I get people who have been trying to trade for quite some time and are still they're not consistent. And they ask me, what can I do to turn this around so I am profitable consistently? And usually it is truly lacking the understanding of the basics. Like as basics I was showing, understanding when there's a transition, when there's the sideways market, when it blasts out of it, when you have that confirmation, when you have a new trend. When you understand these basics, everything will change. I can absolutely guarantee it. And the coolest thing of all with basics is that they're pretty basic to understand. And that's the beauty of it, right? When you understand the simplicity of things, you'll also be able to enjoy it a lot more. And that was truly my own problem. So I just want to bring you back, I'll give you a little bit of a conceptual idea about the basics, because a lot of times we forget that at one point we learned how to drive a car. When we sat down for the first time, or even the second time into a car, when we had to sit in the actual driver's seat, we didn't know the basics. Like, how do I, shift gears? Where's the clutch? Where's the brakes? Where is the accelerator? Those things are the basics, right? And when we learn the basics, now it's so automatic, we just hop right in, right? Now, I want to just imagine even more, just for a second, just kind of go with me here. Imagine you're driving and somebody enters your car who has never been in a car before. They have never seen a car. They have, maybe seen a car, but they've never been inside. And you tell them, all right, buckle up. It's going to save your life. And they're like, buckle up? What do I have to buckle up? It's got to save my life. I need to know. But if you're not born with the information about seatbelts, right? And there are quite a lot of people out there that still never been inside a car or driven one that has seatbelts, right? So at one point we learned that basic maneuver that truly could save our life. And this was truly my own sad truth. I spent over $20,000 on trainings, on alerts, on chat rooms, you name it, conferences. I've been to so many of these things. And every time I asked, can you please explain to me, what is this divergence that you're talking about? Or can you please explain to me, where is the support area? I was either treated as if I was bored with this information or completely ignored. And because of that, I ended up struggling for years. And like I said earlier, I ended up losing almost $4,000 in 5 minutes. But at this point, it was 2 years in already. I was working 2 years of trying to be a trader, and I was just done. I quit because I felt completely and totally defeated. It was horrible. I felt like at a complete loss, and I quit. And the funny thing is, and I can guarantee we all feel the same here, is that we are all bit by the trading bug, right? And it never stops itching. And you know why? Because deep down inside, we know that we can do this. We know that we can do this. And I quit for about 4 months. And every time I was still kind of, peeking at charts or doing this. And I just kept saying to myself, if these other people can do it, I can as well. And that's when I decided to get back to the basics. Like I mentioned earlier, I had 3 charts, which were on 3 different monitors. I donated my 2 high definition monitors to the garbage bin. I eliminated all my indicators and I just started to focus on the basics. And it was revolutionary for me because we forget to just focus on the basics. And that has changed everything for me. And it's funny because about 3 years ago, one of my students goes to me, he's like, Marina, your whole philosophy and your teaching style is very similar to Coach John Wooden. And I'm like, who's Coach John Wooden? I never heard of Coach John Wooden at that point. And so, of course, I looked him up and I found out he was a legendary basketball coach. I don't think anyone has actually ever come up to his legendary status since then. But his entire teaching, training, you name it, philosophy was when in doubt, get back to the basics. And I mean, this guy has had 88 national championships, 10 NCAAs. I mean, this guy is incredible. Trained, and his team were all A-star basketball players. But every season, and you can go and read about it, he's very open about it. Every season, he would begin with the basics: how to tie your shoe, how to roll up your sock, roll down your sock, roll up your sock, whatever, how to dribble the ball. Because it doesn't matter if you just won 10 NCAAs and your ego is getting the best of you and you get on that court and your shoe is untied. Guess what? You're going to probably hurt yourself, sprain your ankle, and you're going to sit out. And everything that you think you know will be useless. So getting back to the basics and having that strong foundation, that is what's going to take you to that next level. And tonight, because you guys have taken your time out, I have a very special offer for only the participants, only for you guys. I have today my introductory course, Bootcamp for Day Trading. All of this I am offering for $97. This is 60% off what I normally charge. I want you guys to go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. So just take a few minutes. We're almost there, guys. I really appreciate you taking this time out. Just go and follow along, bootcampfordaytrading.com, everything that you will be getting for this one-time price. And just a quick reminder, what can $97 bring us today on return on investment? If you guys enjoy golf, I haven't found a place that you could play golf for one person, $97, probably in several years at this point, right? I think like when we were living in Guatemala, it was almost $120 per person. And that's Guatemala. You want to go out for lunches or take your friends out? Guess what? Chances are there is nothing for $97. My husband and I just went out recently for like an early dinner, and it was over 100 euros because we also got 1 glass of wine each. It was crazy, right? So let me break it down, what you guys will get for the $97. First, please go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. Go so you can follow along with me. You will get a simplified day trading package. And I've mentioned many times about the platform. You need to set up a platform. And I know sometimes it could get a little bit, anxious, anxiety ridden because it's a little bit new. So I take care of all that for you guys. There's a tutorial for any platform, and I'm happy to help set that up so that you guys can get past that stress and get into the fun stuff of trading. We don't have to worry about the platform. And then we dive deep into the market anatomy, the dissection of the trends, truly understanding those sideways markets, and really, really understanding how to use the reversals and the divergences, because those will be the simplest to see once you understand what you're looking for, because they have been truly the biggest aha moments for me and all of my students. And then we really talk about how to spot the support and resistance areas, how to draw them out, how to recognize all these areas beforehand, and divergences. I love divergences. They are so easy to spot. And when you start to understand divergences, you're going to start to recognize when the market is really losing its steam and when it's starting to truly get strength, and you always want to be in the strong part of the market. And we will be mastering the breakout, because the breakout is without a doubt the most profitable, the strongest trade out there. But if you don't know what you're looking for, how are you going to be able to spot it? And avoid the fake out breakouts, because they do happen, and we're going to be able to understand how to avoid them. And of course, you have unlimited access to the curriculum for life, no problem. The whole package here is valued at $1,600, but you guys are going to get it for $97. One time, there is no continuing fee, one-time fee. And you can also see my students. They are from all over the world, because the cool thing about trading, you can do it anywhere in the world. So here's Michelle, best money I ever spent. I just finished the boot camp. Derek, you are the only mentor that truly checks the work and is there to help. Adrian, I am enjoying the boot camp and learning every day. But I want to share something really important with you guys. This is super, super important. Remember, I asked you, how do you know you are doing it right? How do you know that you're doing it right? Who is there to be accountable for, to help you understand if the charts are correct, to help you understand if you are looking at the market properly? So guess what? In that one-time $97 price, I have included one entire month of one-on-one mentorship with me. 1 month, one membership with a mentorship with me. You guys could ask me unlimited questions. We could talk on Zoom, whatever works for you. I want to be there to help you, okay? Because it doesn't have to be complicated. It could be super fun. And having that mentor could truly be what takes you to the peak, okay? Into that next level, all right? And on top of that, I also have a live trade chat room, which you guys get to sit in the live market with me. This is on top of the mentorship, where we see the live trades. We implement everything that we are learning. All of this is valued at $2,600, and you guys get it $97. So I want you guys to go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. And again, this is what we get. Everything in the course, 30 days one-on-one mentorship, 30 days live chat room. One-on-one mentorship alone, that is probably the greatest thing you could do. Honestly, I am here to help you, to support you, for you to be accountable. And here's the reality of it all. It is all worth less than one price of a trade. Today, we all know that one trade is usually between $200 to $400 easily, right? That's the average trade. This is all less than. So you could 10x your return on the investment and have 100 of these amazing dinners and have fun. But here's one last thing before you guys go. Because of the mentorship, I could only take 25 students. And I will tell you right now, this room is full. It is a full room. So you guys, it sells out really quickly. So please go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. So let's go here. I'm going to show you right now. Hang on just 1 second. All right, so bootcampfordaytrading.com. You could go right here. What's going on? So one thing that's important is you need to remove the S. I'm sorry, the S. So I'm gonna do right now, is give you the actual thing right here, the actual link. I'm gonna put it here. Okay. So right there, you could go with me, you could follow along. But again, when you put in boot camp for day trading, .com, you're gonna find that, how does that work? You're gonna get the HTTPS, remove the S. Unless you are in a different browser, then you won't have a problem. But for some reason with Google, the S doesn't work lately. I don't know why. So go here right now. I have put in the actual link to the order form right away. And as you can see right here, one-time $97 fee, $59 if you want to do a payment plan, but you get access to everything automatically. All right. And here we go. This is, oops, hang on just a second. So here is the order form. And again, go to bootcampfortrading.com. I'm trying to figure out how to do, I don't know how this works. Yeah. And anyways, so when you put in bootcampfordaytrading.com, make sure that you remove the S, okay? That's what it is. Like right here, you'll see it come up, oops, as well, right here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, guys, let me know if you have any questions at all. And thank you so much for being here. And I truly hope to see you guys inside the course. Any questions you have there or with me now, I'm here to answer them all. Thanks, everybody, and have a really great night.
Thank you, Marina. Your personal story about how scalping transformed your trading career and lifestyle is truly inspiring. Your strategies for simplifying trade setups are invaluable for traders looking for more control and confidence in their trades. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
All right, next we dive into the world of automation and trading technology. Our next speakers are the brilliant minds behind Shark Indicators, a company revolutionizing how traders build and automate their strategies without needing any coding experience. Jeremy Tang, the founder and chief architect of Bloodhound and Blackbird, has over 25 years of combined experience in software development and trading automation. His mission, to bring hedge fund level tools to everyday retail traders. Joining him is Zach White, a co-founder and product specialist with nearly 20 years of trading experience. Zach has helped countless traders model, backtest, and automate their strategies with precision. Let's welcome Jeremy Tang and Zach White of Shark Indicators.
Oh, hello. Can you all hear me?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope everybody's got a good 3-day weekend kicked off this morning. So
I
yeah,
would
I
say
hope
the
everybody's
same.
having fun here.
It's minus 20 degrees centigrade where I am. So
All right, except for you, Jeremy.
cold even for the snowboarders to be out, unfortunately. So again, my name is Jeremy Tang, one of the co-founders, and you just heard Zach White's voice. We've been around the business for quite some time now, over a decade. Now coming in on what, 13 years, is it?
Yeah, almost 13 years.
Yeah,
Time flies.
yeah, it's amazing, like the amount of changes we've seen in the industry and in the world at large in the last over the decade. So there's some great advice you've heard from previous speakers and whatnot, and now we're going to sort of tie it together in terms of like, what do you do with that information you've got learning how to trade, and put it into actual practice, right? So around the block, you've probably heard things like, I know I certainly did when I was learning how to trade, that systematic trading is the way to go. And the whole point of that is so that you can be consistent, right? It's great to sort of be able to trade willy-nilly here and there with positions and little patterns and stuff like that. But true consistency requires some sort of trading methodology that's consistent. And so an extension of that is actually having a trade system that you can use to backtest and actually execute in the market. And so what we do as a company is we allow retail traders like yourself to build auto trading bots, which are actually your trade system without having to code it. So, and traditionally, if you want to build an auto trading bot, you'd have to hire a developer or be a developer yourself. And one of the huge advantages of having an auto traded bot is that you can back test, right? So if you really think about it, that's actually what you need to be able to successfully backtest a system using a computer. You need to tell the computer when you're going in the trades and when you're going out, and et cetera. And I'll expand on that a little bit. But let's transition a little bit in terms of how we first got here. And this will explain a lot about our company and our philosophy. So I'm gonna go back and rewind the clock about, I think it's about 15, almost 15 to 20 years ago. And this is the days where they still had, it was in Las Vegas. I was basically I was learning to trade in a live classroom. They used to do those things with a live instructor in front of you, and they were teaching us how to do systematic trading. And so one of the examples they put up there was an 80-20 cross system. Very simple system, but the point was, here's some patterns, here's some signals that are consistently generated using these technical indicators, or the two SMA crosses, right? An SMA 20 and an SMA 80. And the system was very simple. It was an always in system. And what was like very enticing was that they showed some very promising results, right? Like the instructor was up there and said, look, it's just easy. Look at the crossovers when they happen here. You would have made a lot of money coming down this wicked, large slope, and then you cross up again, and you're out when your money management rules take place. And then they showed some Excel spreadsheets up there and showed some really fantastic backtesting results. And so I went back home from Las Vegas and I was like, okay, you know what? That looks so easy. I can follow easily. I just put two indicators on the chart. I can just follow it. I will trade that system like a robot. And so what I did was I didn't do any backtesting. I didn't I just, why not, right? I saw it with my own eyes. I can do it. So I just put some money down, open up a brokerage account, and next morning, I jumped right in and put those indicators on the chart, and the first signal goes. I went long, and about 15 minutes later, it reverses, went short. I'm down about $200 at this point. And then it happens again. And I went long again, short again. Before you knew it, by the fourth trade, I was down about $800 within less than an hour. And even though it was a long time ago, I still remember how my body felt at the time. Just crippling anxiety, is like my palms were sweaty, my heart was beating out of my chest. It's just something I did not anticipate. I did not think this would trigger such a reaction emotionally in me.
Dad, trading's stressful, man.
Yeah,
It is so stressful. Even when you're making money, you're still worried about losing money.
yeah, it's not as simple as even just playing a video game or something like that. Like, for whatever reason, it takes an iron stomach, I think, in a lot of cases. And I'm sure it's those of you that have been doing it for a while, you get accustomed to it. And so that kind of got me thinking, I really wish I could have automated that. It was simple enough to follow.
Really wish you had done your homework.
Yeah, and the second major thing was I didn't do my homework, right? I just took an instrument I thought would work and picked a time frame. I think the instructor suggested, try these different time frames. Didn't do any sort of analysis, make sure it would work, and who knows, maybe the instructor had proofed their system in a different year or different conditions. Things were different, and so and it sort of led me down this path that I really need to be able to automate the trade system, because it's simple enough to follow and do. So I could do both the execution without emotion, but more importantly, I could do the back testing, and then I could actually verify for myself that it was a viable system to trade using the instruments and the timeframes that I'm selecting. I didn't do any of that stuff, and that's arguably it was a good thing I failed, because I think if I came off that day and it was successful, I might have gone even deeper in the pocket, gone even harder, bigger the next day, and probably lost more money than I could afford to, right? So In many ways, I'm actually quite thankful. I had a failure day right off the start. You know, a lot of traders maybe don't hit their failure day until a couple tries into it, and then at that point they're in so deep that it really hurts them when it does happen. Right. So this led to basically creating a software that enables you to build your own automated trading bot, as you can see here, using no code, because that was another requirement. Even though I'm a developer myself, I want to be able to switch up, and I want to be able to create these signals on the fly very quickly using some sort of GUI interface, as opposed to having to code it, because it's just a lot faster, right? And the results are, when you've got your own automated trading bot and you're executing it, it's much like having an autopilot. It's much like having an autopilot for a jet airline, right? Our customers, they do not have to trade with the autopilot on, just like a pilot doesn't have to fly with the autopilot on either. They can sort of take over whenever they want. They can engage the autopilot when they want, sort of take the mundane tasks out of it. But more importantly, right, it's more like, think of it as like a scale, right? We have on one side full discretionary traders, and on the other side you have fully automated trading, and it's really a spectrum. And our software allows you to dance between that spectrum anytime. You know, we have great tools for discretionary trading, we have great tools for automated trading, and you can sort of play along that spectrum throughout the day, or even intra-trade, you can change it up. So it's a great, a lot of flexibility. You can trade the way you want to trade. So to that end, we have two main flagship products, and they work together, very tightly integrated, but they are complementary to each other. The one that you saw the screenshot of is called Bloodhound, and that's like a logic engine. It's a no-code custom signal generator, and you can use that to code your signals. And I think, the second component is actually arguably just as important, if not more important. And I'll explain in a minute here, because one of the things I've noticed a lot in this industry is there's a lot of emphasis on the entry signal, when to get in, and there's a little bit of an interest, you know, there may be some emphasis on the exit signal, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen between your entry and your exit. That instructor, I remember sitting at the front of the classroom saying, I could give 50 signals to this entire classroom, and I could tell you exactly when to get in, and I will get 50 different results. And his point was that during the life of the trade, when you manage it, a lot of things can happen. There's a lot of possibilities. And in fact, from a lot of discretionary traders that we studied when we were building our software, we found that a lot of these expert discretionary traders that were consistently successful, actually the bulk of their work seemed to occur during the trade. And I mean, like, they would manipulate their profit targets and their stop losses all over the place. They would actually look at the indicators as it was happening on the fly, as they're evolving, and if it went against their way, they would quickly, you know, tighten their profit targets and stop losses, eke out another tick or two. And I've seen expert managers being able to take a quote unquote bad signal and still eke out some little bit of profit, or at least, very least, highly reduce the loss, right? And so that's a very overlooked part of trading. And we work very hard on Blackbird to enable you to have all the flexibility that a discretionary trader would have in order to engineer how, you know, rules and whatnot in terms of how you want your profit targets and stop losses to behave throughout the life of the trade. So we put the two together, and you got a fully automated trading bot. And it's really two products together that complete the whole cycle. So anyways, let's just see this in action. Zach's going to take over here, and we're going to see him build a fully automated trading bot within a couple minutes.
Yeah, so give me a moment here, folks, while I switch everything over. Let's see, I don't use GoToMeeting all that often, and there we go. Let's see, I think that's the right one. Let's see, yeah, okay. There we go. let's see, do you see my screen there, Jeremy?
Yeah, I see it.
Coming in good? Okay, great. All right, so here's the fun part where I actually get to show you the product here. So I'm going to walk you through what, I argue is a fairly common introduction, right, for a new trader, right? So, you hear about trading, sounds great, lots of money, especially with YouTube. Back when Jeremy learned, his 80-20 system, I don't think YouTube even existed, right? So you literally had to go to a classroom back in the day like Jeremy did. But nowadays, if you decide to become a trader, right, YouTube and the internet is just flooded with thousands of ideas. So how do you know, what's good, what's not? Can you always trust these insane results? Obviously everybody's bragging about their system here. So I took, so I'm taking this system I found here on YouTube here, right? And as it says, super easy, which it is, that's actually true. Moving average RSI, 1 minute scalping system here. So, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if we're gonna get insane results. So as Jeremy learned the hard way, because we didn't have the technology back then, but we do now, that you should verify somebody else's claims when it comes to trading systems, right? For sure. So we're gonna validate this here. So the system's really easy, right? We have a 10 period SMA, and a 30 period, right? So when the fast moving average is on top of the slow, right, you have an uptrend defined. And then the trigger point is this fast RSI. So it's an 8 period RSI. And when it goes oversold and then crosses out of that oversold, so in this case, they're using the 40 level here, that is your trigger point, and you go long at that point there, right? So that's the system in a nutshell there, pretty simple. Oh, and one last thing here, we'll get to this in a little bit, but when you get your entry signal, you set your stop loss at the lowest, the most recent low point there, right? So yeah, as we can kind of see what this system is trying to find are those little pullbacks when you're in a trend there, right? A little pullback. So you're gonna have a little low point there, and that'll be your stop loss. So, but for now, we're just gonna build this system here in Bloodhound. So let's put that away. And let me get Bloodhound open here. And I'm going to build the system, and Jeremy's going to narrate for you.
Yeah, so importantly, I guess what I want to impress is that Bloodhound, being a completely like a node interface, allows you to build any kind of arbitrary system that you'd like. So again, we just found Zach found some system on the internet, and in no way are we condoning this particular system, guys. We're just going to demonstrate the software in terms of how you can implement it using the same rules, right? So the SMAs were being compared here, and that's exactly what he's putting on the into the software right now. But notice this, the moment he actually inputted the SMA periods 10 and 30 and hits OK, that the chart on the back is updating instantly. And this is that real-time feedback loop that I was talking about. And honestly, if you're creating a system or you're vetting a system or you want to see how well it's doing, having that tight loop of like changing some parameter and having instantly update the chart is extremely helpful. It's almost like it really unleashes the creativity. So when you can see it immediately as you change it, you can really rapidly make tweaks and changes to your system, and you can eyeball it. You can go back and forth on your chart, and then you can make changes very quickly. And that's a lot faster than, say, if you're developing. And that was really one of the goals we had when we were trying to build Bloodhound. The other thing I want to mention is that notice that he's typing in these indicators, or he's finding the indicators built into the system, right? So if you own NinjaTrader, this software runs all on NinjaTrader. So any indicator that you may have that's compatible with NinjaTrader and it's installed on your system, and this includes not just the built-in indicators to NinjaTrader, which there are hundreds, but imagine you've downloaded something from the internet and you've downloaded an indicator that you'd like to use from a third-party vendor or whatever. those are all visible as well inside of Bloodhound. Okay, so now he's just added a cross above with the RSI. If you just peek over to the chart, you can see the bottom right, you can see that anytime that RSI line is crossing above the 40, you can see there's a green signal there, right? And that's also really great because you can very quickly visualize and mark up your chart. And so a lot of users that use Bloodhound actually use it just so they can see maybe setups and quickly identify these setups before they actually happen. And it's a lot easier than straining with your eyes when you've got multiple indicators on there and you're trying to figure out, okay, did that meet my criteria? I don't know, you know, and things when the market is happening really quickly and there's a lot of stuff going on, that's really hard to spot those things, right? So it's extremely useful to have the chart marked up with your custom signals. Okay, so what he's doing now, just verifying those signals, but what's really cool is you can now combine those logics together, right? And so you can say in this case, he just put the filter, which is the SMA 10 and 30 up with the cross. You combine those logics together and then it'll reduce the number of signals you got, and that's the resulting signal. And if you see how fast that was done, that was about 5 minutes. And if you really know what you're doing, you can do it probably even, well, I mean, yeah, 5 minutes to put together multiple pieces of criteria. That's a lot faster than any coder could do it. Which is,
So,
again,
at this point, this is what I like to call the eyeball test, right? You know, back in the old days, right, you had to print out charts, you know, and mark up the charts, you know, to learn your system here. You know, well, nowadays with Bloodhound, you can clearly see those signals there on the chart, you know, with what we call these racing stripes here, right? So clearly visible. And so now you can just kind of scan through the chart there. And so, maybe not. That's a loser. You know, so far, yeah, that could be a winner there. That's questionable. That could have possibly been a winner. It's hard to kind of tell how much it went down there. You know, that looks like a winner right there, right? But you can see how easy it is now to scan through the chart and just give it that quick once over, you know, the eyeball test, you know, as we see, you know, and decide, is it worth going any further, you know, or do you just kind of move on to the next idea, right? And so it was that fast, you know, to be able to implement this and see. So we're almost done here. So just one last other point here. So I added something a little extra that wasn't in that video here, where I actually added an exit signal here, an exit condition, because yeah, like look at this long signal here, right as our moving averages are crossing in the wrong direction, right? So basically it's crossing down into a short trend based on the two SMAs there. So that cross down, I turned that into an exit signal. So that way Blackbird will actually get you out of the trade sooner rather than waiting for your stop loss to get hit. You know, so as Jeremy kind of said earlier, most people just focus on the entry signals there. But, you know, some systems also have exit conditions that say, you know what, if your indicators are just kind of lollygagging around, then you should probably just bail on the trade now, you know, take whatever profit you got, or, you know, or minimize, you know, that loss there. So you can build entry signals and exit signals if you want there. So, all right, so with that.
And actually, if you don't mind, Zach, there's a question in there that's very interesting from Darian asking, is this system really only for expert traders, or can it be used by beginners? And I just want to address that really quickly. I would say this is the tool I wish I had when I was learning how to trade, because trading is an art, and really, you know, being able to see what works, what doesn't work firsthand, being able to back test those, it's a great learning tool that evolves as you learn as well and become more sophisticated. You know, there's some base level amount of technical trading experience or knowledge that needs to be known before it's sort of, because it sort of incorporates a lot of technical trading. But technicals is really just a very fancy word for saying, okay, you know, when this indicator does this, do that, right? That's all it is, right? And indicators are just lines on a chart and just data. And like, you know, technical trading is all about like seeing what this line does against that line and so on and so forth. I'm overly simplifying things. You can get really deep in the woods, but on the whole, that's kind of all it is. And so this tool actually becomes a great research and learning tool at the same time.
Yeah, good point. So yeah, really, this tool is, you know, as I was trying to allude to, you know, with that pulling up that YouTube video, right? As a new trader, right, your first step is to find something that's worth trading here. And then, yeah, if you find something, then obviously you want to trade it. And eventually, you know, most people evolve into saying, well, you know, instead of me sitting at my computer all day long, you know, I'd like to automate this, especially with how fast the markets are moving these days as well. You know, I'm sure back when Jeremy was running his 80-20, you know, the markets were pretty darn slow back then. And, you know, you could actually have plenty of time to watch your indicators and get into the trade nice and early. But nowadays, you know, for those of you who have tried to trade, you know, either in sim or live, you know that the markets are just moving super, super fast. And by the time you have been able to evaluate your indicators, you know, yourself, the market could have moved on. So, you know, another big benefit of Bloodhound is you're using the computer to evaluate the indicators so much faster than you can as a human, right? So that way you can get into the trade so much sooner, you know, versus a discretionary trader. So, yeah. So let me kind of explain here what I built. So I set up the orders here. So we're going to go in with a market entry. I just put in, since that video said it was a scalping system, I just put in a small little 1 1/4 ATR profit target. And remember when I was explaining the system here, I said, you know, we'll come back to this. So the stop loss here, right? So when we get this long signal, our stop loss is basically at the low point, you know, right next to where your entry signal is, right? So that's that low point there. So our stop loss would be there. And so that's what I set up here. You can see how easy this is to configure, right? So for a long trade, we're going to evaluate the low prices of the bars. And here I just kind of randomly decided, all right, we'll look back 4 bars. You know, I don't know, maybe looking back 5 bars, you know, might be better, but you know, look back X number of bars and then take the minimum value of all those low prices, right? So in other words, find the lowest low of the last 4 bars, all right? And that's where our stop loss is going to go. So, and next, I need to plug in the entry signals and the exit signals here. So this is where I can plug in that Bloodhound system here that I just made. And so when you're building something, it's saved to a file here, right? So you can use it later. Kind of like, you know, Excel and Microsoft Word, right? You create something and you save it to a file so you can load it up later. Just kind of like, you know, whatever trading platform you're using, right? You have workspaces, you save those workspaces. So when you start up your trading platform the next day, right, all your same charts load up. So same thing with Bloodhound, Blackbird. So I saved those entry and exit signals, right, to a file here. We're going to load that in, and then we have the entry signals. So I'm gonna, you know, I just called it entry, and then this system also has exit signals. So again, not every, you know, system out there has exit signals. So, but we have both here this time. So there we go, got that loaded in. I have my entry order and my exit order set to go. I also enabled the scheduling here, right? So most of us, you know, only have an account size, right, to trade during RTH, regular trading hours there. But also, you know, I think it's fair to say that probably most systems, I know trading coaches will tell you, only trade when the markets are open. You know, don't trade the overnight, you know, kind of consolidated market overnight there. So I'm limiting Blackbird here to only take trades during the RTH time frame there. So, because actually, if we look at this, yeah, we can see here we actually have signals during the overnight session there. All right, so with that, I'm good to go with Blackbird. So now what I just need to do is reload the chart here, and that will get Blackbird to generate those backtest results that we're ultimately looking for. So there we go. So now we can go into the strategy performance, go to Blackbird, pull up the historical results, and we'll see.
Ouch.
Whoa, yeah, surprise, surprise, huh? And yeah, that's not a very good equity curve, right? So, right, so obviously, you know, that super easy, you know, insane profits, not quite so true. But then again, as Jeremy mentioned, you know, in that video, they didn't really say what instrument they were running on. So to be fair, you know, we're not here to beat people up. So to be fair, you know, we don't really know if it was designed for the NQ or not. But what I did, so Jeremy is working on the next major upgrade here. Actually, hold on. I want to pull up Bloodhound. So Jeremy's working on another update here where you can optimize your indicator values here, right? And so, you know, that's in beta testing here. So, so what I did is I kind of ran it through there, and what it showed me was that really for the NQ, you know, these moving averages need to be sped up a little bit. So I'm using a 6 period and a 24 period now.
Let me jump in for a quick sec. How many guys are familiar with the term optimization? So I'll just quickly say, imagine you're doing a back test, and you're not just, you know, imagine you do a back test, you see the results, and you're like, okay, not so great. Then you tweak the system a little bit, you change the parameters like he's doing here. Then you run the back test again, and then you see, oh, not so great. Now, of course, that's miles ahead of doing it manually. It's gonna be way faster to do it manually, right? Every time you manually do a back test, you have to take 8 hours, right? Still, it's quite fast with the computer. But imagine you had the computer just trying all these different combinations and iterations very quickly. Like I'm talking hundreds or thousands of different combinations and possibilities, right? And the point is, like, not every system is going to be great for trading any random time frame and or instrument, right? It's gonna there's characteristics for those systems, and you got to find what parameters work well for the time frame and the characteristics of the instrument that you're trading. And that's why our tool is so useful, is that you can really quickly get to those points where you find an equity curve that looks like this instead, just for using a few tweaks.
A lot better. Yeah, a lot better. So yeah, we can see here, you know, yeah, it took a little bit for it to get up to speed, and there we go. So, you know, so that's ultimately, right, what every trader is looking for is, you know, proof in the pudding, you know, as they say here. And, you know, of course, Jeremy wishes he had these tools back during the 80-20 system. So, but, you know, to be fair, computers have and trading platforms have obviously evolved and come a long ways nowadays. So, yeah. All right. So that is basically Bloodhound and Blackbird, you know, helping you to, you know, do either, you know, the eyeball test, if that's kind of what you're interested in. Yeah, and you can see actually a lot of signals kind of got cut out there once those optimized kind of periods went in there. You know, so you can give it eyeball test, check your back test results. Is it worth trading and whatnot, before you actually put down some live cash there. So, all right, next on the agenda, I have another demonstration purely for Blackbird. Right. So you might have noticed I have the playback connection here set up and ready to go. So if you're not a NinjaTrader user, the playback allows you to take historical data and play it forward like you're on a live market again. So you can actually, if you're a discretionary trader, right, you can practice on historical data and it'll run forward live for you, so you can practice. It's a great tool for practicing, and I'm going to use this to demonstrate Blackbird's advanced and customizable stop loss auto trailing here. So let me get this started, and you'll notice I have a bunch of indicators on the chart. So I have a swing point indicator here, and what I'm waiting for is, right, we have a little swing low, so it's been identified by our indicator. So I'm going to go long here. So so this customized stop loss trailing here, the stop loss starts off obviously at the swing low point there, and then it's over time it's going to switch to these other indicators, based on criteria I've given it. So like right now we can see this super trend indicator, right? It's on the wrong side of the market. So obviously we don't want our stop loss moving to the wrong side of the market. So we want, right, the super trend to flip. And, so when it's blue, right, that means you're in a long trend. So once that super trend flips directions, then our stop loss will start following that super trend. And so
just in case you're wondering, guys, you can have it follow any indicator on your system, just like Bloodhound.
Yeah, so I put a bunch of indicators on here just to kind of demonstrate. Yeah, you can use any kind of indicator here, that you can see on your chart. So there we go. So the super trend flipped sides there, and now the super trend, right, surpassed that swing low, and so here our stop loss is now following the super trend. So, and yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's fast enough. So at some point, we can see this super trend, right, is going to catch up with the SMA. So this is just the SMA, and we can see the stop loss jumped from the super trend up to the SMA, and it jumped because I told Blackbird, all right, switch to the SMA after 70 points of profit. Right. So you can, define, those kind of rules here. Like a very common stop loss technique is moving your stop loss to break even after X, points or X number of ticks of profit, right? So that way, you're not gonna take any loss. At least you're at break even, right?
Yeah, it's
but
totally flexible. You can actually, like, just like a discretionary trader, the discretionary traders that we studied, they would look at the chart and it was look at things that are happening in the chart in terms of the price action, the indicators, or whatever it may be, and they would react to it, and they would tighten their stop losses or even widen them. In some cases, they would do that, and they can manipulate the profit targets too. So we give you that freedom to pre-program all this stuff in.
Right. So yeah, so that's my next thing is here to show you, right? You're always in full control as a trader, right? So, putting money down on a fully automated trader, we've kind of find it does kind of make most people a little nervous, right? If it's your money, you want to have full control over that trade. So you can grab your stop losses and move them around. And what it did is it turned off the auto trailing here. As soon as you grab that and you manipulate it, it turns it off there, right? So we can see here there's a swing low, and actually let me slow this down a little bit, right? We have a swing low, and that stop loss did not jump up to that swing low because right now it's turned off. So now, whenever you're ready, we can go in and we can turn on the auto trailing again there. And as soon as I did that, there you go. You can see the stop loss jumped up to that new swing low point there. And we're almost coming to the end here. Let me speed this up a little bit. And so eventually, all right, our SMA is going to surpass that swing low, and our stop loss is going to take off again there and start following up, right? So you can use any combination, you know, of indicators, right, that are suitable for a trailing stop loss there. And of course, you could just put in a basic trailing stop loss, like, you know, whatever, a 20 tick basic, you know, market following stop loss there if you want as well. So, but this is, you know, showing some of the more advanced stuff here. So,
we got about 5 minutes left, Zach. Maybe
okay.
If we jump to the trial page,
Yeah.
and I can sort of describe what we can do, and then we can wrap up with actually a little bit of a surprise sale that we're going to be running here today.
So yeah, so obviously, you know, what I showed you was super quick, you know, a very limited time here. So you know, no doubt you guys have a lot of questions about, you know, the suitability here. You know, is Blackbird right for your style of trading there? So if you want a private consultation there, just go to our website and you can see, click on the free trial there, and that'll bring you to this page. And you can check the option here to schedule a private consultation. So we just need your first name, email address, and of course a phone number to call you back. And when you click the button, it'll take you to a calendar. So that way you can book this consultation, you know, on the day that's best for you, the day and time that's best for you. So, all right. So there you go. So that's the easiest way to get all your detailed questions answered about, you know, is Bloodhound and Blackbird, you know, appropriate for your trading style. So with that, I'll switch it over to Jeremy here so we can wrap it up.
All right, thanks, Zach. I think what you saw there was, you know, it looked easy and everything like that. Like, I mean, it's just and it really is quite amazing. He just built a fully automated trading robot, Autobot. I'm tongue-tied today. Within a matter of a couple minutes, like about 15, 20 minutes, something that would have taken me much longer to do, even as an experienced developer, weeks even, right? So again, the time, we're trying to reduce that time from you to research and find a good system to actually trading it. And the way to do that is to make it as easy as possible to discover those systems. And so I also want to just talk a little bit about what we do in terms of supporting our users. And so we have the standard, you know, online documentation and videos and unlimited email support. But most importantly, I want to impress upon you, we do actually run a live workshop twice a week, Thursdays and Fridays. And that's actually run by Zach. And you can just jump in. It's free for all users, whether you've bought the product or not, and ask away. You know, I've got this particular system. How do you build it? And he'll actually build it for you in real time. And that's a valuable resource. We've been doing this for more than 10 years consistently, except for maybe holidays. But yes, it's an incredible resource, and it's a great way to really get into our software. And again, it is free, and it runs every week. Okay, so let's get into what our tool costs. Normally we sell Bloodhound for $9.95 and Blackbird for $14.95. And I would impress upon you, this is probably the last indicator you need to buy in terms of you can create your own custom indicators / signals with it. And so it's one of these products that will grow with you as you learn more about trading, and as you learn more about as you become more sophisticated, you can use more features of it and that sort of thing. But we're gonna do something that we don't normally do, and that's we're actually gonna run a sale for Traders Corner people only. Okay, so if you look at our website, sharkindicators.com, those are the prices, and you won't see these prices on that main site. We're going to be taking off 20%, $300, but most importantly in the bundle, which is again both products together, we're taking off $1,000, and you can buy both for a limited time for $14.95. We also do have a 100% money back guarantee. We've been doing this since the inception of our company, and it's a great way to get in at a good price and not have to worry if it doesn't work out for you. That's all right. Just hit us up in 30 days and we'll refund the money, and no problems with that. And that's practically unheard of in a software industry. Now,
Yeah,
to get there,
ask you guys, when was the last time you ever heard of any trading company giving you a money back guarantee?
yeah, or software company for that matter too. So
Yeah.
we're
So
very
sometimes Jeremy and I break our arms off patting ourselves on the back, giving you that money back guarantee.
That's right. Yeah, so if you type in sharkindicators.com, that's our website, /Traders Corner, you will go to the sale page right here, and you can take advantage of that for the next, pretty much to the end of the month. So again, I will type that in, see if I can do that real quick here, sharkindicators.com /Traders Corner.
Yeah, I put the link in there in the chat window there twice for you guys. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, time is up for us. Time is up for us.
A couple of questions. Yeah, so these are recorded here. You can find the recording up on Traders Corner's website for sure, and we might have the recording on the Shark Indicator website as well. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah,
So,
but for sure, if you've attended and are on the email list, Traders Corner, as to my understanding, does send out the recording. So.
yeah, here's a good question, Jeremy. Can you come back and get the everything bundle at a later date?
Yes, Keith is our main sales guy, and he's been known to work with people, so to make sure that, yeah, I'll just say yes. And if you got, say, the bundle on sale, and then at a later date you're interested in everything else, we could certainly work with you and make sure you get a good price on that too.
I'm pretty sure, Jeremy, if you could show the booking, the private consultation, if you book a time with Keith and talk to him, about what your schedule is there. I've heard that he, if you talk to him in person, he can hold on to the sale for you specifically, for a later date if that's what you need, but you do need to book a time, and talk to Keith there to get that out there. So, yeah, let's see what else. I think we got one more question here.
Probably one more question before we go. Someone's asking, is this a one-time payment and are future upgrades included? That's a very good question. So the way our business model works is you purchase the software and you do get free updates for a full year. And then we have a optional maintenance fee that if you'd like, right? The software can work as is, right? As it is. But we're always constantly building new features. And like I said, just around the corner, we're actually working on an optimization feature, which is going to be huge. And so, if you want to take advantage of that in year 2, year 3, et cetera, we have a maintenance program that you can pay just a small fee essentially to renew, and you get the latest update, the latest version of our software. Yeah, and that sort of keeps us honest in terms of, keeps the engine running for us too, so we can continue to support development and continue to run the company and support our existing customers with new features and that sort of thing. And so if those of you have seen us like 10 years ago, our software has evolved so much. It's changed completely since when we first started. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Well, yeah, thanks, Traders Corner. I know we went a couple minutes over. We appreciate you allowing us to do that.
Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Thank you, Jeremy and Zach. The ability to automate trading strategies without coding is a game changer, and Shark Indicators is at the forefront of this innovation. Up next, we have a 25-year trading veteran and the founder of Viper Trading Systems, a company that has been helping traders maximize their profits since 2009. Today, he'll introduce a powerful new feature, the Clone Multiplier, which allows traders to multiply trades while managing risk. He'll also share real payout proof from prop firms like Apex and Take Profit Trader. Please welcome Gary Donahoo of Viper Trading Systems.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing this fine Saturday? Can you believe it's just a day after Valentine's Day, did everybody take care of their significant other? It's pretty important, right? Happy wife, happy life. Basically, Viper Trading Systems has been in business since 2009, May of 2009. And it was started by two gentlemen, myself and a gentleman named Charles Boyle, who has since passed away, started back in 2009 with a vision to actually not only trade and make profit ourselves, but also to help other traders to make profit too. Now, keep in mind, the reason there's a disclaimer on the screen right here is because there is risk in futures trading. And if you've ever looked at the stats on futures trading, it's kind of bleak. You'll notice that basically it's over 90% of futures traders do not make it in trading. Now, I'm not putting that out there to be a negative Nancy. It's literally the truth. And the whole idea with Viper Trading Systems is we want to teach you to trade. You know, we believe in that old Chinese proverb, you know, if you feed a man a fish dinner, he'll be back for more, right? But if you teach him to fish, he can feed himself, his family, and even perpetuate generations after that. So the whole idea of Viper Trading Systems is teaching traders one at a time, basically how to fish. And then we've got a lot of traders that don't even come into our trading room anymore. They're sufficient, they do it on their own. But we do also operate a trading room 5 days a week, you know, virtually all year long. If there's a holiday, if it's open till noon, like on President's Day on Monday, we'll be open. If it's fully closed, obviously we wouldn't be, okay? So let me show you just a little bit about Viper Trading Systems. This screen right here that I'm showing you, this is our homepage, vipertradingsystems.com. And what I did recently is I started actually just, you know, not to brag or anything like that, but just to show people, to show traders that it is possible to make money trading futures. You know, so many traders out there go about trying to develop strategies of their own. And I believe in some of that also, because that's the way we built our stuff. But I also believe that you need to get down to a strategy and you need to learn it, you need to trade it, and you need to make money. Okay. Now let me show you our homepage just real quick. This just to show some real proof. Okay. I did a little Trustpilot deal about Apex. There's been a little bit of on the internet where, you know, people have accused these people of not paying. Well, believe me, they won't pay you if you trade like a gambler. But if you learn to trade properly, they do pay. Okay, let me just show you something here. These deposits to our bank account are from December 19th through February 7th, which is 8 days ago. Apex has paid us $238,732.63. That's my wife and I. These are actual deposits at our bank. This is actual certificates from Apex Trader Funding. This is actual certificate, again, from Apex Trader Funding. My another $10,000 certificate. My wife got 4 of these the other day. She got 16 of these. Can't put them all on her website, right? But that's to show you that we know how to trade. And you don't want to do business with a vendor that doesn't know how to trade. You know, the whole idea of making money in trading is to make money in trading. If you're going with these vendors that, well, you know, we had a bad day today, you know, that happens. Well, guess what? At Viper Trading System, we don't have bad days. We have maybe a trade, possibly even 2 that don't make it, but we're out very quickly. But as a rule, on about 10 to 12, maybe 15 trade calls, we're nicely green, we turn off the machines. But here's the caveat to the whole thing. We do what's called cloning. And cloning is the secret to making money in trading. To give an example, real accounts, $300, just simply one trade. Our family actually gets up at the European session every night. That way I can also take care of my traders in my trading room. But we get up every night for the European session. We take 1, maybe 2 trades, usually 1, and then go back to bed. And then I get up and run the trading room and my business. But you clone these accounts. See, there's 300 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, practically 280 for the rest of them. That's just one little trading session, and that's how you make these big payouts like this. Cloning is key to it. Okay, so we developed a tool in Viper Trading Systems called the Viper Clone. And I'm going to show you how this thing works here in just a moment. Let me show you something else here. We train. We've got a training manual that our traders can download. You can even take a trial with us and you can download this training manual, and I'll bet you it'll teach you how to trade pretty well, because we trade 3 trade types and they work quite well. Okay. We also have a members area on our website. Our traders can go right to our basically weekly trading room by just simply clicking a link. They can get training on our object trader, which is our strategy. They can even keep up with downloading the latest scripts, because if I update the scripts with my programmer, our people have instant access, and this was updated yesterday. We literally added a new feature to Object Trader yesterday that our traders will love by Monday, and we give that to them free of charge. Okay, at Viper Trading Systems, we're also very easy to contact. You know, very few vendors out there have phone numbers right to their desk, but we do here at Viper Trading Systems, because we want to be able to help traders. I can do TeamViewer with you. I can put your scripts on for you. I can walk you through a few things that you need to know. We've got the phone number right there. If it's busy, I'll call you back. It's that simple. We've got 2 email addresses to get in touch with us, and I'm also on Skype pretty much during business hours and even later if I need to be. But Skype, just contact me as Viper Trader on Skype and I'll be there for you. Okay. Now, one of the things that's very important when you're trading, okay, just to give an example, Apex Trader Funding is one of the largest prop firms out there. Now, if you don't know what a prop firm is, basically a prop firm lets you basically trade, and once you pass what's called an evaluation, you get funded, okay? And once you get funded, you get payouts. But how do you get payouts, okay? The way you get payouts is you trade correctly, and that's key to it, okay? So Apex Trader Funding, if you go to their website, for instance, let's see, here's their rules. They've got certain rules that are built in, and you know, don't just throw your money away on valuations. Realize that you've got to trade the proper way. Well, Viper Trading Systems has a lot of this stuff built right into our strategy. We've got their 30% negativity rule built right into our strategy. Our strategy will warn you if you ever get to 30%. To give an example, let's say you had a $25,000 account with them. Well, 30% of 25,000 is $750. So Object Trader will warn you if you get anywhere close to that as a drawdown, because you don't want to be, okay? So we've got those things built right in for you. Now, one thing about Viper Trading Systems, by the way, is that we're in this, again, to teach people to trade so they can trade on their own. They can use our scripts and trade every single day of their lives and hopefully make money every day. I've got traders all over the world that do. And we've got some that struggle. I won't fib to you. You know, you've got to learn. And basically the ones I've ever talked to that struggle, I ask them, I say, did you watch my webinar on Monday night? Well, I haven't had time to watch that yet. Well, have you watched so-and-so, or have you read the trading? Well, I'm getting around to the trading manual. See what I mean? I've got a young lady that's actually with us since December that my son-in-law recommended. And she literally hit the books in December. She came to every trading room, every webinar, studied all of it, and she's already a funded trader with Apex, and she's a retired police officer, and she says she's making more money than she ever made as a police officer. And that's pretty huge, because, you know, for instance, in those days when she was a police officer, she's retired, so I guess she's not that young, but she actually just made like around $500 a day, 100,000 a year, something like that, right? So with trading, the other day in the room, she goes, wow, you know, I just made $800. Well, that's great, Kristen, that was awesome. But she cloned it on 5 accounts. So she made $4,000 that day, okay? That's the key to it right there. Now, I want to show you something else too real quick. We have actually been vetted by NinjaTrader. Now, all of our scripts and everything are totally NinjaTrader. We use NinjaTrader 8. Our strategies, our indicators, everything are fully coded on Ninja 8. Now, we were vetted. I'm going to show you an actual email. This is an actual email from Wayne Hedrick, who is the the head of basically business development and NinjaTrader. We were vetted. They actually asked to have access to us for about 6 months ago, and they chose us out of over 100 candidates. Well, when I had a meeting with them, they said it was over 400 candidates, but this was the last stage of it where they actually vetted all of their vendors, and they picked Viper Trading Systems and 11 other vendors to be basically trainers. We're going to be on their site with 70,000 new traders a month coming in to NinjaTrader. So this is a huge deal for us. I mean, this is proving though that basically, and by the way, you say hi, Gary and Charles. He didn't even know Charles had passed away. Charles died in 2022. 61 years old, by the way. So take care of your health. All right. But anyway, this is a gentleman that's Senior Director of Business Development at NinjaTrader. We've been vetted. This is going to be a really big deal for us. They're going to introduce us to over 70,000 new traders a month and over 1 million that are with NinjaTrader now. There will be 12 vendors, and when people come into NinjaTrader, they will see us. And we've even started working on a landing page for it that we're going to be teaching people how to trade. I even show actual results. We're going to even have this where they'll be able to click it and see actual results that'll go behind it showing different results. And we even tell people, you know, future trade is not a get rich quick scheme. It takes time and effort and skill, but once you've learned it, it can work. I mean, I showed true figures right here on vipertradingsystems.com. That's our website. These are actual bank deposits. You can tell that these are actual certificates. If you've ever gotten a certificate from Apex Trader Funding, this is what they look like. Okay, I teach people to futures trade. I've taught my son to futures trade. I've taught my daughter to futures trade, my wife, and thousands of other people around the globe, because we trade futures. That's all we trade. We don't trade stocks. We don't trade, you know, frankly, we don't trade even, you know, the Forex or anything like that. We trade futures. Okay, let me show you our system here real quick. Our system, bear with me a second. We have, let me show you this. This is pretty cool right here. Now, this is something that we just developed, okay? This is called the Viper Prop Account Manager. And what I did on here is I actually pulled up some actual accounts, okay? And what you do with these is you just simply tell them what size the account is. You know, for instance, this is a $150,000 account. So you put it in there. This is a $150,000 account. You put it in there. And I'm not going to do all these because it'll take a little while. There's a Take Profit Trader account. That's a $150,000 account. Okay. Now, what if you get down though to like Blue Sky? Okay. These were on sale for like 90 bucks one day. They were $450 a month. They were on sale for $99 a month. So I bought a couple of those. But guess what? That's a $300,000 account. And this one's a $300,000 account. So all I have to do is say, you know what? I think I want to trade one contract at a time with this account, or maybe even, let's say if this is a $50,000 account here, it's not, but let's just pretend it is. Let's say I want to trade one here and two here and two here and two here, but then maybe I want to trade three on these big ones right here. Then each time I choose one contract on any of these others, this will trade two, this will trade one, this will trade three. And this can not only mitigate your risk, but just literally multiply your profits through the roof. Okay. So basically, and these are all released. This is actually on my website at this time right now. Okay. And again, with this, you just simply put in your figures for the particular accounts that you've got. You know, these tell you what they are: $150,000 accounts, 150. These take profits are 150, and you can get paid by these people. I mean, cloning is the key to being paid. Let me show you something else here real quick. If you go to, let me go to take profit here just real quick. Bear with me a second. Here we go. Here's Take Profit Trader. Now this is their actual dashboard, okay? Notice that I just took a little check for 368.20. I took a check for 1166.06. I took a check for 280.05, 610. That's just one account. You know, I mean, this is just Take Profit Trader right here. This is your Take Profit Trader account. Apex Trader Funding is my largest because we've been with them the longest. But with this company right here, even, you know, we're just getting lots of checks. Look at that, 3601, 1152, 1508. It's just huge. You can get paid to your wildest dreams. And I won't say that everybody can do it because I've been doing this for a long, long time, but I teach it every single day of my life on the weekdays. And it is just absolutely amazing what you can do. The key to trading is discipline. The key to trading is risk management. The key to trading is knowing when to stop. The key to trading is stopping. Because if you're out there and you're over trading continually, then you're not going to make it as a trader. It just won't happen. Okay. But if you discipline yourself, you know, just to give you an example, my family and I, when we trade that one trade at night, we try to get profitable just literally by about 300 bucks. I just showed that. But think of this. My son has 17 accounts. My daughter has, I believe, 12 accounts. My wife has 12 accounts and I have 18. So do the math there. That's huge. That's like trading for over 3 million a year, just doing $300 trades. And I'll show you an example. On Friday, we were up right here. We didn't get up for the European on Friday. This is the start of the day on Valentine's Day, which was the 14th. We literally got in on that bar right there. Now, sure, you can say, well, wait a minute, that chart's already been formed. Can you prove that? Yeah, I could actually prove it too, but look at that little dot right there also got us in the second contract. So then you get you a nice little pop, go to that swing right there. That's all you needed. I drew a measured move on here. Does anybody know what a measured move is? Measured move, beautiful little tool that we got here also. Just a simple Fibonacci retracement of 100%. Okay, let's see. This one would have been the other one. Let me get the other one here real quick. I'll show you. You can see this measured move right here. Thrust, retrace, thrust. See a measured move? It's all you needed. That's all you needed. That move right there can make you $500. And our tools are just through the roof. We strictly trade price action. When I opened the room on Friday morning, I opened the room at 7:35. So I like to get past the news because the news is pretty important. You know, don't just jump in. Oil's okay, but you don't want to be in gold when the news hits. You don't want to be in ES when the news hits, you know, unless you're a gambler, and Apex doesn't want gamblers. They want traders. But we actually have a tool called the mid-band power dot right here. This little trade right here. Short, also called a short here for people that were a little bit more conservative. And I called a short here for people that were even a lot more conservative. What happened with oil at that point? Another trade call, mid-band trade call, another short. And we have a tool called Object Trader that will actually take these trades. It's just a simple NinjaTrader 8 strategy. It's called Object Trader. You simply put it on your chart. And here's your chart right here. And then let's say that my family and I were trading together this morning, or yesterday morning on this trade right here. All they simply did is said, what are we going to go for today, guys? Well, we're going to try to get this swing here. We're going to try to get this swing here, and we're going to try for a measured move, okay? And then we just simply hit this little puppy right here called the clone, all on. So how many accounts is that cloning? That many. So every single buy that we hit was cloning on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, you get the math. That's huge. Now, keep in mind, if you're only doing 1 or 2 contracts, you're not letting a lot of drawdown happen, because if we get down even $150 on a trade, we're usually pretty much taking one of our contracts off. If this would have gone up and then the next bar kind of rolled over, well, guess what? We would have drawn a region, which is a tool that we've got. I'll just draw a box though. But we would have drawn a region right through there, and we would have taken one contract off, and we would have put our stop on that one contract here, because that's the swing to the left. If this popped up instead again and the bar went up, we'd jump right back in that contract. Cost you $5, to dump a contract, because why let it just go, oh, wait a minute, they're breaking, oh, wait, now we're down 600. Oh, wait, now we're down 800. Well, let's flip it short, then it goes back up. So we don't teach that. We teach very tight stops, very good entries based on our predictors and our mid-band type trades and things like that. And in my trading room, what I do is I actually call trades on oil, gold, and ES. We also have a YM chart up, which a lot of our traders do trade. He's a very good trader also. But the key again is just get nicely green, turn off the machine, clone them, and you'll be amazed at what you can make. We've even got things built into our clone now. Anybody ever hear of, you ever heard the term ghost position? Anybody? If you've been trading Replicanto, Trade Copier by Apex, or any of the different ones, yeah, they're just called trade copiers, Darian. But we just called ours clone. They call theirs copier. It's no difference. It's just kind of a cool name, I thought. But yeah, we're a trade copier. But the whole idea is that we actually trade in sim, and then this is traded in real money on your accounts. Now, so when you do this, let's say that I wanted to just play around in sim, maybe it was the end of the day. Well, I can just turn off all my clones, boom, and I can hit a trade and it doesn't clone at all. So I'm just trading sim then. But I can quickly, if I see a trade, I go, whoa, wait a minute, I want some clones. Boom, I'm back in clones again. That easy. I can choose different clones too. Let's say that I thought, you know what, I don't really want to trade this one today. Maybe I want to trade it with micros instead. I can micro it. I can turn it off. I can turn any one of my clones off. They're off. That way they're not trading at all. These others would trade. Okay. We've got so many tools built into Object Trader. Anybody ever trade with trend lines? We've got it. You want to go with the trend line type trade, you just click trend line, bring your trend line up, drag it at an angle, put it on long up, for instance, or, if it did decide to break, that is. What if I said, you know what, I don't want just to touch the trend line. I want it to go ahead and go 3 ticks above the trend line, and that won't take that trade until it does. And then I have to turn on my long. Well, slippage, of course there's slippage, Darian. If you've been trading, anytime at all, keep in mind that when you get in a trade, you're losing a tick right off the bat, sometimes 2. In some instances, 3. Now we do have an indicator. I didn't put it on because we don't have live on here right now, but we do have another indicator that's called the chart lag and the bid and ask. And it's one of our indicators here. So your bid and ask and your chart lag time. This will actually let you know if the chart's lagging at all with the actual clocks, because if those servers are lagging, you don't want to take trades. And we have that on our charts. We have the bid ask spread too. So if you ever see it go red, don't take a trade, because that means there's slippage. Okay. Now, when you're trading, the beauty of this too is when you're trading in sim on your main account, okay, it fires those trades instantaneously on those clones. I mean, we literally hit them within a nanosecond. And I can tell you this, I don't get a lot of slippage, but I can tell you this also though, that I think is very important. is that you want a mega fast computer. Okay, look at these clones right here, for instance. Let me see if I can show you some. See right here, notice that that Apex account right there was 952.50, 952.50. These were some that were $250,000 accounts that I just started at the time. This is a little bit older chart here. 952 hit the same. So, you know, there's not much slippage on the Apex accounts. See, those right there hit 300, 300, 300, 300, and 300. So that's good. That's what you want. Okay. Let me show you how I teach to trade too. And this isn't bunk. I can prove it. I mean, everything I'm showing here is provable. These are Apex actual payouts when they're approved. February 7th, my wife got approved for 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, and 3,000. You think that's not huge money for a little, you know, for an Okie boy that basically, you know, graduated high school, took a little bit of college, but not a degree. You know, I'm just like basically a little bit of community college. I got married when I was 18 years old. Been married 52 years now. That was the way we did it in those days. We worked for a living, and that's what I teach nowadays. But anyway, that's good money. There's a couple of my payouts right there, approved on February 7th, Apex. Approved 35,000. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you know, and I'm going to keep proving these too, because these are totally provable. These are Apex actual dashboard from, you know, when you log into Apex. I'll show you something else just real quick, just so you can see that you're trading correctly and everything. Let me show you a couple of other things. I'll pop them up here. You know, I don't want to show you, you know, for instance, that, you know, you can go back testing and doing all the things and everything. How about let's just go forward together and make money together. That's the way you need to trade. If you're not getting your graph looking like this, then you're not trading correctly. That's just a $50,000 account funded in 10 days. Now, do they allow you to fund in 5 days? Yes, they do. Could I do it in 5 days? Well, I did it the other day on some Apex accounts in 1 day. So I teach people that you can do that. But the way to trade consistently and profitably is day by day by day by day by day. You won't find better graphs than that right there. That's the way to trade. Over and over and over. I just want to teach people to fish so they can feed themselves. I could blow and go and show you a lot of other things, but let me show you this. Look at this. This is cloned right here. Take Profit Trader, cloned together. Apex accounts, cloned together. Here's Tradeify, cloned together. You think that's not killer money? You know, now are these funded yet? No. No, I had just started those. They're up to a little over 9,000 now, because this is not that old of a little chart right here that I'm showing right here. Okay. Another thing too, I'll show you real quick. Bear with me 1 second. I'll just get rid of this screen here, and I'm going to go ahead and go to actual Apex accounts. I don't have the data up right now, but I'll get it up here for you. Bear with me a second. It's loading. Anybody have any questions on this? Because, you know, in 45 minutes, I can't teach you to back test. I can't teach you to, you know, build an auto trader or anything like that. But what I can tell you and teach you is to come with Viper Trading Systems. We're the real deal. Even NinjaTrader vetted us. I mean, if you look on NinjaTrader's website, their ecosystem, I believe they've got over 400 vendors. Well, they had narrowed it down to just 100 of them at one time. And let me just show you here real quick. Bear with me a second. Apex is not quite as quick to come up, and I should have just gone ahead and had it up, but I didn't. Well, Jay, on your question, we don't automate. Now, we do have the ability to actually do a little bit of automation, but I teach people to see it you know, when I'm calling trades in the room, I'm pretty confident that that trade's going to work out, or I won't call it. You know, I don't believe in just getting people in the wrong trades, because that's not the way to, you know, stay. For one thing, teaching people to fish, obviously. So I like to teach them. Apex may be doing some kind of maintenance or something. We'll find out. I'll get them up there. Okay, let me show you just a little bit more about our strategy just real quick. You know, we've got the ability to do regions, which you just simply box in a trade. We've got the ability to do, there it is. We've got the ability to do bar close, what we call mid-band trades, phantom trades, power dot type trades, predictor trades, stealth trades, you know, which is a moving average type trade. How about Fibonacci's? You can actually set a Fibonacci to take a trade and even do it in touch plus, so you don't have to get to the fib. You can, I usually do it 2 ticks above on a long and 2 ticks below on a short, because they usually miss them by a tick or so. Let's see, Martin, I work a job from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. When's the best time for you to trade? Well, you might want to just sleep after you get home from work and trade the European session, because 2 o'clock in the morning is, you know, at your time. Are you Central Time, by the way, or Eastern Time? Show you here just real quick. This is just, this is actually the Apex accounts right here. Just show you that this real deal, you heard it come up. See this, now keep in mind, this is after liquidations too. You know, but even after being paid 10,000 the other day, this account is still at 164, which is 14,000. That one's at 162.8, that one's at 166.2, that one's at 165.057, and that one's at 164. So next paycheck, my wife won't take 10,000, she'll take probably 4, more than likely. And the reason for that is you want to keep a nice threshold in there so that you don't ever take a chance of blowing those PAs, because you work on PAs to get paid. Those are true funded accounts with Apex. And as you saw the figures, okay? So that's what I teach. I mean, I could go on and on for a long, long time, but if you actually want to become a good trader, like myself, my family, and many hundreds and hundreds of my traders around the world, then I highly recommend our company. We are the real deal. You know, there are so many out there that are just trying to hawk their stuff, you know, but wouldn't you rather have reality? We actually paid cash for that car. You know, I mean, it's not, I could get on here and show you a Corvette. I'm not into that. We're a practical family. This is a Buick Encore. It's called Frost White. It's called an Avenir, so it's their upper line. It's got real nice leather interior and everything else in it. And we literally paid cash for the thing. Apex paid cash for the thing. I'll put it that way. Daryl Martin paid cash for this car because he paid us what we requested. And it's that easy. You know, I mean, if I was one of those that was showing you a Ferrari on here or something like that, then probably run, because I'm more than likely a gambler instead of a real trader. Because frankly, I'm just a married man of 52 years. My wife and I have a beautiful home, bigger than we need by any means, but we just believe in doing things right. We teach people to trade. You know, we honor the Lord in everything that we do. You know, I firmly believe that, you know, he does a lot of blessing as far as that goes. And the trade room, no, James, unfortunately, we only open the trade room at 7:35 Central Time. There may be a day come down the road that we open up our family room, the European session, but right at this very time, I'm teaching my son and my daughter a lot about not only trading, but also about the company. Okay. So I can tell you this, though, there is some good money in trading futures at 2 o'clock in the morning. the European session opens up. But you know, I can find you a 10-tick trade almost any moment on a 4-tick chart. And just think about this. If you throw a couple of contracts on, well, here's what we call a phantom trade right here. See that purple dot right there? And that purple dot right there, we put our stop at line 8. That trade is a monster. There's another one right back here. This is actually more of a mid-band trade, but it turns our phantom background. So we would have taken that trade if we would have been trading. But this trade was literally called in the room live on Friday. And our people, if they put 2 contracts on that, made more than $1,000. Just think if you would have cloned it. That's literally the key. I can't stress enough. Sorry about that little Iola internet deal. We'll just get rid of it. I can't stress enough that this is absolutely the key to making money. Now, I'm not saying go out there and buy 15 accounts, buy them under my affiliate code, you know, so I can get rich on the affiliate and all that. No, you need to learn to fish. Buy you 1 account, prove that you can trade it. Then when you can clone it, clone it. But until you can, don't waste your money on accounts. Okay? Key to trading totally is discipline, knowing when to get in, knowing when to get out. We teach that. We're very tight on our stops. You know, to give you an example on this trade right here that happened on Friday morning, where do you think we got out of that trade? Anybody? It broke here, literally mid-band trade. It broke here for sure. It broke here for sure. But can you see the stair stepping that's happening here? And I'm going to wrap here in just a second. I'm going to give you a little, see that right there? You got a low, you got a high, you got a higher low right this moment anyway. And now you got a higher high. So is that a good area to get out of that trade right there? It's decent. I mean, that's a decent trade. Now, could you go again with a good old yellow bar probe again, what we call a yellow bar probe with mid-band trade? Yes, but you could get out of that first trade, no question about it. Okay, so let me show you just real quick. If you would like to come in at Viper Trading Systems, I have a trial that is a 10-day trial, which 10 days, that means 10 trading days. So that's, you know, there's weekends also, right? So we're given 10 full days. For $39.99, we give the exact same scripts that you see on my screen here, except they will not clone real accounts. They will only trade in sim. Kind of like Ninja Trader, you know, they offer their system until you go live and everything with real money. But our trial will be to teach you to fish. You'll have access to roughly the training manual. You have access to our library, which is all of your modules here and everything. Learning how to trade our object traders. This is an advanced tutorials, lots of them. You know, don't think you're going to learn this in a day. It took me, I'd say when I taught my son to trade, it took at least 6 months. Okay, he didn't know a thing about trading, but he cracked the books just like Kristen did, that girl I was talking to you about, that lady, retired police officer. I just went personally by her testimony the other day. She was ecstatic that she made more money now trading than she ever did as a police officer. Will that continue? If she's disciplined, watches her risk, stops when she needs to, yes, it can. Because she could actually, frankly, do $300 times her 5 accounts, and she'd be making $7,500 a week, 4.33 weeks in a month. Guess what? That's $360,000 or more a year. That's very decent income. Okay. So, you know, this is the way to do it. No question about it. All right. Okay. So if you come in with Viper Trading Systems, and I'm just about out of time, and I'm not going to run into the next person's time at all. Just simply go to my website, homepage on my website, vipertradingsystems.com, and sign up for my trial. Or if you just want to watch free videos, you can. But the 10-day trial is $39.99. All right. 10 days of videos and webinars, you're welcome to do also. It doesn't cost you a dime. Okay. We're an affiliate with Apex, with Take Profit Trader, and with Tradeify because I trust them. They're paying out. You saw Take Profit Trader, you saw Apex. I don't have Tradeify as of yet paying because we do it at about $200 a day, and it takes a little while to get there because as a family, we go in at night, and if we hit 230, 240, 260, 280, 300, boom, we're out. If we hit 280 and then 260, we're out because we keep our profit, and that's key to it. And then we clone it times over 50 accounts. Okay, that's between the family, that's 4 members. Okay, so been in business a long time. We're going to teach you how to fish so you can feed yourself. Like I said, we've been vetted even by Ninja Trader themselves. We are going to be prominently featured, and very soon we're probably going to explode in business simply because of the fact that we're going to be exposed to 70,000 new traders a month. And that's probably going to be more than I can handle, obviously. But I've got contingency plans. I've got other people that'll be working for us. Okay. But, you know, there may be a time where we just say, you know what, we're done. We're as high as we want to go. Because have you ever heard of the little Japanese ladies? I forgot what they were, that literally controlled the markets because they had so many traders that would just go in short or long. Well, we don't want to get to that point where we can't all get great fills, but we're not there yet. You know, I could easily handle 1,000 more members, no problem whatsoever. Okay, we're going to teach you how to do this, everyone. Just come and be a part of us, and keep in mind you can contact me right here at my desk. I got the phone sitting right in front of me right now. Okay, thank you very much for being part of my part of the webinar. Thank you, Traders Corner, for allowing me to show this. I just wanted to show that you can do this. You can see real figures. This is not bunk. This is real stuff. Okay, right this very second, as of Monday, that is, these other deposits aren't in, there'd be $250,000 in that bank account. And all thanks to prop firm like Apex and cloning. And I think we built one of the best clones out there too, because we even have where it warns you if you're out of sync or something with your main accounts and things, because cloning, copying can get you out of kilter occasionally. And our system is even made to where it will alert you that you make sure you flatten out. You get rid of ghost positions and things like that. Okay, so I did run over 1 minute. Thanks again, Traders Corner. You're great. We love doing these webinars for you.
Thank you, Gary, and we love having you. The clone multiplier is an innovative tool that traders can use to maximize profits efficiently. Your insights into leveraging prop firms for trading success are incredibly valuable. Now, to wrap up today's event, we're diving into the next frontier of trading AI-powered bots that learn, adapt, and trade for you. Our final speaker is a 12-year trading veteran and a key figure of right line trading with a background in optimizing trading strategies, coaching, and technical support. He's helped traders harness AI-driven automation for superior results. Let's give a warm welcome to Rory Powers of Right Line Trading.
Hey, Anthony, thank you very much for that great introduction. I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure you could see my screen, hear my voice. Testing, testing.
Rory, I could see your screen and hear it. How about the audience? Could the audience also see it and hear it? Let us know in the chat.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. All right, thank you, Anthony. That was a great introduction, and what a great event today. It's really an honor to be here on Traders Corner during this President's Day long weekend. Man, I love long weekends. It seems the weekends you blink your eyes and they're over. So to have that extra day off, it's really nice feeling. Get to spend quality time with the people we care about the most. That's what it's all about. I've got a really, thank you very much for your time today. I've got a really exciting presentation on the AI auto trader, some new integrations that we're going to discuss, show you the hottest bots that we've got, the performance, how they work, and a very special President's Day offer. So stay with me for the next 15 minutes, excuse me, next 30 to 45 minutes, and we'll get through this presentation very quickly. So I just want to get the CFTC out of the way. This this presentation, sorry about that. This presentation is for educational purposes only. I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, I just want to, take a minute because the previous presenter, Gary, what a great presentation. He seems to be getting results that we all dream about. Another trader getting the results that we all dream about is Marcia. Marcia sent us a testimonial. She is a trader that is actively using the AI auto trader. The AI auto trader is leveraging cutting edge technology with artificial intelligence integrations. Marcia came to us as a complete newbie, knew absolutely nothing about trading. She had traded some Forex bots that she really could never get set up on her computer because the vendor she had purchased it from sent it to her without any instructions or pre-formatted templates. And that was basically her experience when she came to Right Line Trading. Within the first 2 months of trading the AI auto trader, she was able to successfully obtain 15 funded accounts with Apex Trader funding. Now listen, for a complete newbie trader who's completely green, in order to make those type of achievements and accomplishments, normally would take you or I or somebody else new to the game several years and thousands of dollars in lessons. I call it the school of hard knocks. And that's losing and blowing accounts and learning from our mistakes, which over time become very costly. So Marcia's story, and you can go to our YouTube channel and see the full version of it. But to paraphrase, she really gives credit to accomplishing those achievements in such a short order of time to the fully automated system, the AI auto trader, along with our staff and support and our community of traders in our Discord chat group. So she's really become a tremendous inspiration to so many of our members because of the success that she's having. She still has, not only does she have those 16 original PA accounts, but now she's working on about 10 additional accounts that she's very close to passing as well. So her success continues. The team here at Right Line Trading, very briefly, our mission, and I like to refer to it as a mission, because listen, trading these financial markets is like going to battle. We're going to war, and it's who's going to come to the fight with the biggest, baddest, most technologically advanced weapon that's going to have the edge to go home with the money. And that's basically what it boils down to. Our vision here at Right Line Trading is to develop cutting edge, innovative trading strategies that help predict the future direction of price. That's the valuable information. Almost like having the winning lottery numbers the night before the drawing. If we only knew which way that market was going to go in advance, there's so many different ways that we can leverage that valuable information. On the staff here at Right Line Trading, we have 3 professional traders. 2 of those traders leverage those signals trading the futures instruments. Craig Emery specializes in trading the NASDAQ. He's developed his own unique style. Before he came to Right Line Trading, he had purchased dozens of trading systems, spent years with inconsistent results, blowing out trading accounts, and finally found his groove when he came to Right Line Trading and found the money flow tracker. Then we have Mr. David Kushner. He's our prop trading extraordinaire. He is extremely disciplined. He has a rules-based system and extremely patient, I have to say. And until everything lines up just so, David is going to sit on his hands. Very much like our professional options trader, David Wise. What can I say about David? This is a professional trader. He's the epitome of a professional, but he shares those same traits that David Kushner does of being patient and disciplined and not letting their emotions get in the way of their trading decisions, almost like a robot. Let me tell you something. It takes a talented, unique individual to be able to do that. I always think of somebody like Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan, he could be in front of 30 or 40,000 fans with the world championship on the line in the 7th game of the series, and he puts himself in the zone, and he's able to perform at a level and channel out all of that outside pressure and noise and static that's going on in the background. And he said it himself. He gets in the zone, and he's able to see that basket 5 times bigger than in reality it really is. And he's just throwing that ball right through that hoop like it's nothing. Well, that's kind of like David Wise and David Kushner. They stick to their game plan. They channel out all of that outside static, and they rely 100% on the technicals, not on their emotions. So we have really some great traders here at Right Line Trading. Behind the desks, we have an extremely educated and talented team. We have Mr. Brock Miller. He's our college student getting his degree in computer science. Mr. Charles Sider has his master's degree from UCLA as an engineer. And man, let me tell you, this guy is an engineer to the core, to the bone. And I love him, but I tell you, sometimes you want to pull your hair out, but he's meticulous. And he makes sure all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And when you're dealing with people's money, you want somebody to be that way. That's important. Then you have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. Old Luque has his master's degree in computer science. And when I first met Sergio, close to 10 years ago, he's been with Right Line about 8 or 9 years now. His English was not very good. He barely spoke English, and I underestimated him. I assumed because his command of the English language wasn't that good, I didn't assume that he was knowledgeable in coding. Boy, was I mistaken. This guy, let me tell you, and I've seen him over the years progress from developing and writing code for complex algorithmic equations, mathematical modeling, and now it's progressed into artificial intelligence. He's the main benefactor of our collaboration with a world-renowned AI lab that basically showed Sergio how to integrate artificial intelligence into our automated bots, and how now they're able to change dynamically their own inputs based on the market conditions. So Sergio is an extremely talented coder that's been with us for just under 10 years now. The team is led by Mr. Mark Miller. Mark Miller's a great guy, personal friend of mine. It was kind of the perfect handoff. Mark bought the company from Mark Sachs about 3 or 4 years ago. Mark Sachs was, let me tell you, one of the most intelligent guys you could ever imagine. I mean, a walking encyclopedia. He left us this beautiful foundation of indicators that he designed and developed that were all based on mathematical modeling. He passed the baton off to Mark Miller, who has his MBA from Cal State, and he majored, and his experience lies in automation and robotics. And I like to think of it as the perfect handoff coming at the perfect time. You know, all things work together for the good at times. And Mark Miller is now the owner and leader of the team here at Right Line Trading. The voice that you hear behind the screen, I always like to introduce myself. My name's Rory Powers. I reside down in South Florida. I'm a graduate of Syracuse University. I've been with Right Line Trading. I'm on my 11th year this year, and I absolutely love my job. It's I'm, you know, blessed not only because I love my job, but I have, you know, my passion outside of trading is saltwater fishing, and I live down here in South Florida. But my prize catch was my beautiful wife, and she's wearing a beautiful red shirt here. This was just this past Christmas, and we just celebrated Valentine's Day, and really, she's the biggest blessing that God has ever given me. And we have two beautiful children, two girls. My little girl Marilee is 5 years old, and my little one Heather is 1 year old. They'll both have a birthday this coming March. And you can see over Christmas, my little one Marilee got a ukulele, and Heather was a little upset that Santa forgot her ukulele. So we had to have Santa come back, and Santa actually brought her a yellow ukulele. And we learned a very good lesson for next Christmas. But this was a recent fishing trip. You could see here, I live right down by the Florida Keys, and I just love to go out saltwater fishing. And in a recent fishing trip with Sergio Luque Rodriguez and Mark Miller, we caught some beautiful grouper and snapper, a tilefish, came back to the docks, and this restaurant right here cooks the fish right when you get back to the dock. It's just incredible. So let's get on with it. That's me and the genesis of the AI auto trader. And I just absolutely love this slide, because if there was ever a picture that, and I like to put myself in the first person. Just a little background. I don't live in an ivory tower here at Right Line Trading. I'm the most accessible person in the company. I've happened to answer the phones here over the last decade. So if you ever wanted to talk to me or anyone here at Right Line Trading, you please allow me to be your point man here at Right Line. But I always like to put myself in the first person, but knowing from talking to so many of you that we all share in these frustrations. So I always put myself in the first person, and I can relate to exactly how this woman is feeling. This nice lady, you know, probably began trading with very high hopes. She heard of all the success stories. She got emails and heard of other people making phenomenal amounts of money. And she came into the game bushy-tailed and bright-eyed, ready to jump in head first, only to learn over the course of the last several weeks that it wasn't exactly as described. The journey was filled with potholes and speed bumps. You know, I like to think of a travel agency sending you on this vacation. And in the brochures, it's this beautiful hotel and these luxurious accommodations. And when you get to the actual room and you open the key and you almost, you know, that disappointment, it just looks nothing like the brochures. And that's kind of like it happens in trading. This nice woman watched her account dwindle down to almost nothing And finally, the guardrails have come out. She has just blown her top with frustration. She's took out the sledgehammer that I assume was in the bottom drawer of her desk, and she's ready to smash that monitor because she knows that it's some sort of conspiracy between the market makers and the broker that keeps stopping her trades out. And she's going to slam that monitor into a million pieces. Ever feel that way? I know you have. So that was the genesis of the AI auto trader, because we've all experienced problems making money trading. I think the number one reason, and I've talked to so many of you over the years, and I share in the same reasons myself, are human emotions. Let's be real. I was on Traders Corner late last year, and a gentleman by the name of Christopher Mullen had done a study on human personality traits as it relates to trading, and whether or not certain personality traits lend well to being a good, disciplined, successful trader. What he found in his study was that there's 10 or 12 personality traits that we all share as humans. And come to find out that, for example, a couple of those traits, you have the driver, the one that says, go, go, go. He might be pulling the trigger, trying to chase winners. Then you have the analytical, those are our engineers. Those are people that just don't want to make a mistake. They overanalyze things. They may be scared to pull the trigger. Then you have the emotionals. So that's me. You see your P&L run up. We're a little attached to our money, and we may want to bail out on a trade or squeeze our stops. So during the course of this study, Christopher Mullen found that only one or two personality traits that we all share to a certain degree lends well to being a good disciplined trader. So listen, it's important to know if you're like me and you keep blowing out accounts and you can't find any consistency, it's not your fault. More than likely, it has to do with these human emotional traits that we all share. Now, there are other reasons why we fail as traders. The success rate is minuscule. We may be trading with indicators that just lag price, or we may lack a proven trading methodology. But we all know how it feels to blow out our trading account. So this was the genesis of the AI auto trader. And let me tell you, it's been my team's commitment. My slide says it's my commitment, which it is. But I'm not alone here at Right Line Trading, pulling the switches and flipping the levers. As a team, this is a collaboration, and it's our team's commitment to bring this to an end. We want to see it succeed more than anything. And we've narrowed it down to two things that we believe is going to create trading success. Number one, we want to have the proper tool set that identifies risk. We want to also have the tool set that's technologically advanced. We don't want to be stuck with an outdated indicator that's lagging price, that's not going to give us an edge over the other retail traders. We want to have the biggest, baddest, most technologically advanced weapon when we go to battle. When that opening bell rings, we want to be in the fight with a weapon that's better and bigger and badder than our opponents, our adversaries. And ideally, because we all suffer from these human emotional errors, I like to refer to them as bonehead mistakes, and man, they are costly. Ideally, we want software that can get us in and out of trades automatically. Man, listen, I can't trade like David Wise or Gary Donahoo or David Kushner. These guys are great traders. I've proven to myself time and time again that I cannot do it. Okay, left to my own devices, it always leads to the same place of blowing out my trading account. So it's really the very definition of insanity. For me to try to continue to do it with my track record would be the very definition of insanity, doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. It's not going to happen. The good news, I come with a message of hope. We happen to be in the midst of what I like to refer to as an AI revolution. Artificial intelligence has burst into the scene, kind of like prop trading into the trading scene. Artificial intelligence has burst into the scene. And let me tell you something, AI, I never wanted to believe that artificial intelligence had any merit. I always dismissed it. I was afraid of it. I thought, my God, we're all going to be taken over by a robot. We're going to be useless. You know, what are we going to do? So I never gave it much weight, much value. But come to find out that artificial intelligence now has worked its way into just about every sector of our economy. In fact, the top 9 sectors, and I'm going to start with number 9, is entertainment and media. Number 9, 8, energy. 7, agriculture. 6, education. 5, transportation and logistics. 4, manufacturing. 3, retail and e-commerce. Number 2, finance and trading. It come to find out that 95% of institutional traders that are trading hedge funds or investment firms are using AI leveraged algorithmic trading. And number 1 should make us all very happy. Number 1 is healthcare. And let's just pray to God that we have some breakthroughs in some of these medical conditions that our loved ones that we all suffer from. So my point is that this AI is making just about every sector of our economy so much more efficient. And I truly believe that we're just scratching the surface of its full potential. So I'd like to just show you the benefits of using artificial intelligence in the AI auto trader. What I'm going to be outlining here in the next 10 minutes, and I'm going to do it fairly quickly, are the benefits of using artificial intelligence. There's 3 main components that we use right now, and we've just now started a 4th that I'm going to also go over. And basically, just to summarize what they are is, you know, the elephant in the room when you talk about automated systems. We've all bought automated bots and strategies that didn't work. And the reason that the bots didn't work is because we're in a very news-driven market. We're in a market that the trading environment changes very quickly at the drop of a news report or a tweet or whatever it may be. It may be political unrest. But we can go from, well, we've all seen it happen when a CPI report goes out, when a jobs report comes out. We can go when Jerome Powell is about to come out with the FOMC minutes. We can go from a choppy, ranging market to just a trending market that's going straight up or down in the matter of seconds. Well, with static bots that don't dynamically adjust, the inputs become stale. They're no longer effective in this quick changing trading environment. So these bots, with the assistance of AI technology, are able to dynamically change their inputs based on the market conditions. If it's a if it's a choppy, ranging market, well, we're not going to have our stop and profit targets very aggressive. We're going to pull them way in. If we have a trending market, we're going to put them out and we're going to be able to capitalize on them. So regardless of what type of market environment we're trading in, these bots are going to dynamically adjust for you, okay? I'm also going to be showing you prop trading templates. If you're a prop trader, and I think about probably about 60 to 70% of our members trade prop accounts, and about 40% trade a live account, okay? So we have bots that are customized for prop trading that I'm going to be covering in just a few moments. So I just want to get under the hood for just a moment and just tell you a little bit about this artificial intelligence. I always get a lot of questions. Well, how exactly does it work? The way it works is each one of our bots is running in tandem with what we call a drone. A drone is very much like what it sounds like. You think of a drone, you think of a, you know, some form of vehicle that's hovering above, looking at the overall environment, and it's providing intel of a bird's eye view of the overall environment. Well, that's what the drone and the bot do. They both take a trade. They're both bots. If I go to my strategies here, you can see each one of my strategies has what they call a bot and a drone. And they both run in tandem with one another. So the drone and bot both take a trade. The drone is going to tell the bot what the average true range of the market is, whether it's a trending market or it's a choppy market. What is the maximum adverse excursion versus the maximum favorable excursion? I don't want to get too technical into the woods with this, but in layman's terms, what it's telling the bot is how much heat do we have to take in order to hit a profit target, and where is the best position to put my profit target in the current trading environment. And that's the simplest way that I can put it. And what the bot will do is dynamically take that information that the drone has supplied it, and it will adjust itself based on those market conditions. Now, another benefit that the drone will provide to the bot is the drone will trade 23 hours a day through the London Open, the US Open, the Asian Open. 23 hours of the day, the drone is going to be executing trades. And what it's also going to be sharing with the bot is what times of the day, what time of the day does it consistently make money? You know, being a developer of automated strategies or a trader in general, our number one goal is to sidestep the losers. We don't want to be in a trading environment where we have very little chance of making a profitable trade. We'd rather not trade at all. So what that information does is, with the drone telling the bot what times of the day, every day at this time, I'm making money, but these other times I'm losing money. So the bot will dynamically change the trading session hours, so it will only trade during those specific times. If I go to my bot, you can see that I have 3 trading session hours. And these are the trading session hours that this drone, this ES8U drone, these are the times of the day that it's most profitable. At 12 to 12:30 midnight, okay, in the middle of the night. The Asian Open, 10 to 10:30 at night. And it just so happens to do very well at about 1:30 to 2, right after the lunch break of the New York Stock Exchange. And these will dynamically change as the data changes. It's a closed loop circle that's continuously feeding more and more data through the engine. And the more data that it has, the more powerful and the more accurate the output becomes. So another couple of features that these bots have, we mentioned prop trading. We have a nice feature where we can limit our session loss. If your risk tolerance, let's say, is $350, you're willing to risk $350, but once you make 700, you want it to stop trading. Listen, we're firm believers here in capital preservation. If you hit your profit goal, please stop trading. You know, why put that profit at risk? If you've hit your profit goal, stop trading. And likewise for your loss limit, we have to be prudent. So if our rules, and what we're doing is we're setting our rules, etched in stone rules that we're going to follow, because we're not good at it and we make mistakes as humans. Now, people like David Wise or Gary Donahoo or David Kushner, they will put these etched in stone rules in their brain, and they're able to channel out all the emotion and not make human errors and stick to their game plan. If you're anything like me, you're probably going to do a lot better with these bots doing the decision making for you because they don't make mistakes. So we can set the daily loss limit and the daily profit target. We can very much like a prop account have a trailing session loss limit or a trailing threshold. So for example, if we only said we want to lose 350 and let's say we go up 500, well, now it's only going to allow you to come back to plus 150. It won't let you give it all back. It's a trailing stop, a trailing threshold, just like the prop firms have. So we have rules for entry, market structure. We don't trade into areas of resistance or support. We respect the VWAP, and we have some very powerful triggers for entry, very powerful triggers. We have very nice ways, unique ways to manage these positions where we can go for very ambitious profit targets and lock in profits along the way with a one contract strategy. So it's a very sophisticated bot that will dynamically change the inputs of its parameters based on the market conditions. And that's why we've really been having so much success with this automated trading system. The last component that I just haven't mentioned yet, the market is our pattern recognition. The market is very symmetrical. You know, there's reoccurring candlestick patterns that reoccur time and time again throughout the trading session. When some of them come up, our system has a machine learning technology that will recognize certain pattern recognitions and take action based on what has happened in the past when those candlestick patterns occur. For example, if you're in a long trade and you get a big, ugly, bearish engulfing candle, well, it's gonna exit the trade and take profits at that point, or cut your losses because it knows that a reversal is coming. So that's the last integration that we've put in with the artificial intelligence. Now, I want to show you an illustration of how a great example of how the drone and the bot works. What this illustration is showing here, I have the drone, the performance on NinjaTrader, the drone's performance on the left, the bot's performance on the right. The drone is running 23 hours a day. On the bottom axis of my graph here is each half hour of the day. Across the y-axis here is the P&L, the amount of money that I've made or lost during these times of the day. So the drone will be trading, excuse me. The drones will be trading throughout the entire session. And what the bot will do, if If there's an area or times of the day that historically the drone does poorly, it won't trade. It'll sit on its hands. And it's only going to trade when historically it performs the best. To give you a really good illustration of this, I love to show it on the NASDAQ because it's really pronounced on the NASDAQ. Let's look at the bot and the drone of our haymaker strategy. This is for the month of January. And this is how we make our output so much more efficient by using artificial intelligence. If we take a look at the drone, the P&L of the drone is negative almost $12,000. This is the drone that's trading 23 hours a day with static inputs. It doesn't adjust, it just keeps trading. And it feeds the intel to the bot, and the bot takes that information and kind of makes lemonade out of lemons. It turned that terrible P&L from negative 11 or $12,000 into a wonderful $4,000 profit. And that's how the two work in tandem. If I go to my time optimization on that bot, I go to my analysis and I look at my entry times. These are the times of the day. I don't want to confuse it with the other one showing, but these are the times of the day. The London Open, it takes some trades. The New York Stock Exchange, it loves that morning session. And then it takes a little session in the Asian Open. But these are the times of the day that the haymaker bot traded to make $4,000. It got the information from the drone, and this is what it took the information from. So what it's done, in essence, is it's filtered out all of these losing trades throughout the trading session, and it honed in and focused on the ones that it consistently does well. And the rest of the time, it doesn't trade. It just sits on its hands and does not trade. Okay, so that's really the power of this AI integration. And I'm going to show you some of the results of our top bots. I always like to show the what have you done for me latelys. I'm going to show a little more history, but what's hot right now is we have an ES8U scalper bot. It trades the S&P 500, and it does it on an 8 Unarenko. And this strategy this month is red hot. It's up $5,600 trading just one contract. If we go to the chart, and I always like to quantify it and show the entries, so you know that we're not talking about a back test or a hypothetical. We're talking about real trades on a real market. So this is my chart that will show the $5,600 in trades. So, and just to give you an idea of the entries that it takes, we could scroll back. It took a long entry right here above the VWAP. And you can see the powerful indicators that this system leverages. When the background color of my chart is green, there's a multi-time frame alignment of trend. That yellow dotted line is my VWAP. I'm only going to go long above the VWAP. The moving averages, I'm only going to go long when my 50 is green. I'm not going to take a counter trend trade. And this market internals, these green triangles that you see under my candles, show you that there's a disparity between buyers and sellers. There's more uptick versus downtick in the E-mini instrument on this particular trade. So risk, our software is defining that risk is at its lowest right here, and it jumps into this trade and takes a very nice winner to the upside. Now, these Unarenko candles, just to put it into perspective, every new bar that closes to the upside is 8 ticks, 2 points. So if I get in here, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. My exit is around here. So we'll call it about a 14 tick move to the upside. a 14-point move, excuse me, 14-point move to the upside. So that's one of the trades there. And you can see this isn't a strategy that over trades and is constantly in and out of a million positions. Let me load up a little more data. Oh, must not have started at the beginning. Okay, so here's another entry. Again, above the VWAP, nice and tight to the 50. This thing goes long and takes a beautiful winner to the long side. And I can scroll through this chart and show you winner after winner that this system did over the course of the month in February. Thank you, Darian. You said profit factor is incredible. Yeah, the profit factor on this strategy is just off the charts. And you know what? It's not even our best strategy, but right now it is. Right now it's the hottest one, and I always put weight on I call them the "What have you done for me lately's." Our methodology on these, we're not dogmatic about which instrument we trade. We trade the ones that are doing the best, period. All of our decisions are based on the data, not our emotions, not which one we think is going to do well. We have a leaderboard, we stick to our leaderboard, and we trade the ones that make money, not the ones that we want to trade or that we like. We trade, if it doesn't make dollars, then it doesn't make sense. And that's our methodology with trading these bots. And we do trade these bots every morning on YouTube. We've got some great, exciting strategies on the NASDAQ. We have a 20 Unarenko strategy that very rarely gets faked out on a 20 Unarenko. The chart is just beautiful. If I showed you a chart of it, I'll show it to you really quick. I don't want to go too far past my time, but let me keep going. The Haymaker strategy from December 1st to January 26th is up just under $6,000. One of our strongest bots is our ES30 range. This is a bot. Let me tell you just a quick backstory, and I'm going to wrap up here in the next 5 minutes. This is a bot that over the last 4 months, it was actually provided to us by one of our members named Robert. Robert happens to be a professional trader, loves bots, loves optimizing bots, but he ran it over the last 4 months. Let me back up. He optimized it himself, okay, using an optimization tool. You could always use the strategy analyzer, plus the software comes with an optimization tool that you could use. Using those tools, he ran this bot over the last 4 months and was able to put over $50,000 in profits trading this bot. And this is his equity curve. And he has it trade for trade, starting back in September, going right up to February. He's up over $51,000 trading this ES30 range bot. The max drawdown, I always get asked, what's the max drawdown? The max drawdown on this, the summary, it's minus 5,000. So if you had an account, say of $7,500 just to play it safe, you don't want to, or $10,000, you would be able to run this ES30 range and be able to withstand the drawdown that it had taken for those 4 months. So that's the ES30 range. Let's go with real quick with the prop trading templates. We have templates designed specifically for prop trading. The way it works, these one-day pass templates, and I wanted to show you a recording of a Friday session trading gold. Oh my God. But I'll send an email. If you're registered for this webinar, I'm going to send an email over the weekend that shows a recording. But this system, trading gold on Friday, was like a trader's dream with that sell-off that they had. But the one-day pass, what I wanted to show you, The spirit of the one-day pass is to get you past the evaluation. Prop traders, if you don't want to go through the blood, sweat, and tears of an evaluation, you can cut some corners and do the Cliff Notes version. This is the Cliff Notes version of passing an evaluation. Statistically, this is for the month of February on the NASDAQ 2-minute one-day pass. This one is at 50% right now, which is higher than normal. Let's say that the number's 33%. Remember, I answer the phones here, and I don't want to answer the phone with anybody that said, "Hey, you told me it was 50%." I'm going to call it 1 out of 3 because I answer the phones here. And if you buy 3 prop accounts, statistically, using our one-day pass templates, you're going to get a funded account in 1 trade. 1 day, 1 trade. Okay? It eliminates the blood, sweat, and tears. When you see the prop firms give an 80, 90% discount, and you could get one of these vehicles, I call them vehicles instead of accounts, because it's a vehicle to a payday. It could get you in the market, get you in the game, and it can get you a payday. So load up on those cheap vehicles, those cheap accounts, put them on this one-day pass. If you trade 30 of them, you're going to statistically have 10 funded accounts in very short order. Once you get funded, we have a couple of PA account templates that obviously are a lot more conservative, that are built to sustain the funding and get you consistent payouts. So whether you trade a PA account or you're trading an evaluation account, prop traders, we got you covered. They've got some really great bots to trade these prop accounts. In fact, this is one that runs on the micros, the MES, from January 1st to the end of January. It's up $1,627. Right now, the 8 Unorenko happens to be doing a little better, so we've transitioned to that data series for the time being. But I like to refer to this system as prop trading on steroids. And if you have a chance over the weekend, check out our YouTube channel, some of the recordings of our YouTube lives. With a trade copier, you can, have a scoreboard that looks like this. I've seen Mark Miller on days make $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in a single day using a trade copier with these automated bots in his Apex accounts. And he's gotten some beautiful payouts as well. So let me get to my special offer. I do see your questions. Listen, if I don't get to your questions, please put your name and your number in the chat box, because I see I've gone over my time, and I know that it's been a long presentation, and I want to respect my time limits here. So please put your name and your phone number. If you have a question about the AI Auto Trader, something I didn't get to cover during the presentation, only I can see it. And Anthony seems like a very nice guy. Only the 2 of us can see it. If you put your name and number in, I'll give you a call. I'm going to get a drink of water afterwards, and then I'll give you a call and answer any question that you might have. So what we're going to do for a special offer, hey, it's President's Day. I always get fired up on these holidays. You know, I always think of President's Day, and I'm down here in Florida, so, you know, I kind of think about the Daytona 500 when I think of President's Day. But it's always a fun holiday where we barbecue and get with family and friends and have a good time. So we're going to do something special for President's Day. First, I want you to know, if you're not very proficient at NinjaTrader, don't worry. We've got probably the best tech support team in this industry. If you check out our Trustpilot reviews, you'll see it's review after review after review. We've got really great tech support. You're never going to be in the dark. If something goes down, if something's not working correctly, you're going to have same day within 24-hour remote support for the lifetime. Listen, that's not just, we're not going to place your order and hand you the software, set it up, and wish you well. It's not like that here. We're kind of like a trading family here. And there's a lot of you I see in the audience here today that over the years we're like family now. Ron Nettles, I was talking about Ron. Ron was here before me, and that was 11 years ago. So, over the years, this is a relationship that starts today, and it's the beginning of a relationship. And we want it to be a long-term, continuing, profitable endeavor. And we're always going to be around to provide support, ongoing support. We include an enormous amount of resources. We have our masterclass modules. We have our weekly training sessions that are all recorded and are in our Discord chat community. We've got a great master spreadsheet of all the inputs of the parameters. You're never going to be lost. Unlike many of our competitors, Mark Miller, the owner of Rightline, really he brings those core military values to the table of honesty and transparency. And I want you to be rest assured that everything I've shown to you today and talked to you about today is 100% true. In fact, we trade the system live on YouTube every morning. And speaking of Ron, I gotta give him a shout out. Ron on Friday, trading the gold drone, was up $10,000. I wanted to show the video, but I ran out of time. Let me tell you something. That gold drone, trading the gold on that big sell-off, I mean, we just had some absolute monsters. And Ron was up $10,000 on his gold. Congratulations, Ron. That's a record. So here it is. This is our President's Day special. The Auto Trader, we're going to run it at 50% off. And really the best value is going to be our annual and lifetime memberships. Let me break it down for you. What's included is the full Monty. I like to refer to it as the full Monty. And what I mean by that is all the chart templates are pre-formatted. So when you get the system, we're going to set you up with the entire workspace that includes a chart template for each and every one of the instruments. It's also going to include a strategy template for each one of the bots and drones. We're not going to send it to you and say, hey, use these inputs if the market's this way or those if it's that way. We have a self-dynamically adjusting and optimizing system that comes with pre-formatted templates. So all of the strategy templates are included. Ongoing tech support. You're going to have access to our daily YouTube live streams. Monday through Friday, we trade the AI Auto Trader live. We meet every morning at 9:15, and we trade it until about 10:30 or 11. And then David Wise goes right behind us with the SPY Super System. So all of that is going to be included in your membership, as well as Discord chat. We're also going to be including the prop trading templates to make it all inclusive for this special offer. So the monthly membership normally is $6.99. Today it's going to be $4.99. Annual membership, normally it's $3,029.99. Cut that in half, it's $14.99. Now, if you divide 12 months into $14.99, I think it comes out to about $120 a month or $130 a month. For $120 or $130 a month, you're going to have the most powerful automated bots available to the retail trader. You're going to be able to trade it with us for the full year for $120 a month. The best value, and if you have the means, the lifetime is the best value. Or if you're just somebody that just doesn't like reoccurring subscriptions, we're discounting it by 50%. Normally it's $59.99. For this special offer, it'll be $29.99. And that's for a lifetime license. This sale ends on Monday. We do accept PayPal at checkout, all major credit cards, PayPal. The reason I bring up PayPal is because they have a very convenient feature called Pay Later. You know, isn't that nice? Why pay now when you can pay later? There's no interest. I think it's only available for U.S. clients, U.S. members, and it allows you to split the payments over 6 months with no interest. Okay, and I just want to wrap up. Let me put the link in the chat box. Well, I think Brock, my associate, is in the room, and I'm pretty sure he put the link in the chat box. So just a few testimonials. I want you to see that our members are having success, and I think that that's important. Steve, who really gave us these scalper strategies, we get some of our best ideas from our members. Steve on the NQ scalper was crushing it. Now the ES scalper is crushing it. Sued on the ES scalper, made over 8,000 on November 12th. Simon over $17,000. Simon's from the UK, across the pond. Limit Up crushed it across a couple of different Apex accounts. The one I was just talking about is coming up, Ron. Steve Cherry, that's my main man. Steve Cherry gave us the scalpers, was crushing it, is crushing it, trading these bots across several different accounts. Here it is, Ron. You see him right here. Ron, this is from YouTube Live yesterday. Ron hit $10,000 for the day, trading that gold drone yesterday. And let me tell you something, when institutional money is influencing one of these instruments, it's going to come to the top of our leaderboard. I assure you that. We're tracking these instruments with this diversified portfolio of strategies. And when that drone came to the top of our leaderboard, there was no question yesterday which one to trade. It was no guessing game. And we were able to capitalize very nicely. Ron made $10,000 yesterday. Congratulations. Suzanne is one of our, been a member with us for going on 2 years, extremely knowledgeable, always willing to give a helping hand in our community. And we really appreciate having her. So I just want to end up, because I know I've gone over. I think that might be one of our most important testimonials. Listen, if you've bought other bots in the past, let me tell you something. We've got something unique here. I talked to a lot of members on the phone, and they're like, well, you know, what do you attribute the success to? And it's very simple. The success is due to this AI integration. We have bots that are dynamically changing with market conditions. We don't have to keep optimizing and changing our inputs as market conditions change. That's the game changer. So when Gary Sparks mentions that he's bought bots from all of these different vendors, and then he says RLT kills it, that's why. It's not because we're nice people. It's because we're technologically more advanced than our competitors. And that's the name of the game. We want to provide you with an edge over all other retail traders. And I just want to end with this. I want to end with a message of hope. Listen, I'm probably one of the world's worst traders, okay? In my PA accounts, for the month of February, trading this system, and all of these trades were taken live. I'm up on my PA accounts, $3,000 trading these bots. Now, listen, I'm a habitual account blower, a habitual loser at trading, okay? I just want you to know that. These bots, and I love trading, you know, so it was always very painful to me. I never wanted to quit. I've quit 10 different times, and I always come back because I love trading, and I always feel that I'm right on the cusp of greatness, that I'm going to turn the corner and it's all going to come together. Well, I can honestly say that with the help of these AI bots and taking my own emotional shortcomings out of the game, It's been a game changer in my trading career, and I honestly believe it can be for you too. So listen, I came with a message of hope today. I hope that you have a blessed, long President's Day weekend, and I hope to see you come Tuesday morning on YouTube Live. We're going to invite you all in to check it out live and watch this powerhouse trade. So if I didn't get to your question, please put your name and number in. I'm going to give you a call. No worries. Anthony, thank you, Traders Corner. You guys are great over there. Thank you so much for everything, and we really appreciate having us, giving us this opportunity on your venue.
Thank you, Rory. Those bots look amazing. Make sure to reach out to Rory at Right Line Trading. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's Traders Corner Investor Summit. A huge thank you to all of our incredible speakers for sharing their knowledge and insight. So let's quickly recap the game-changing strategies we covered today. We started off with Stephen Primo, mastering volatility with structured trading strategies. Then Alla Plocher, using Fibonacci precision for consistent trades. Next was Marina Villatoro, scalping for stress-free, high probability trades. Then Jeremy and Zach White, automating trading without coding. Next was Gary Donahoo, cloning trades for maximum gains. And last, we had Rory Powers, AI-driven trading bots that learn and adapt. If you missed any part of today's summit, a replay link will be sent to your email. Also, be sure to check out our special offers from our presenters. They're only available for a limited time. So thank you for joining us today. We'll see you at our next Traders Corner Investor Summit. Until then, good luck trading, and we wish you many great profits.